Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to the May 30th School Board meeting. This meeting is now in session. This is our make-up date for the May 23rd School Board meeting, which unfortunately was canceled at the last minute due to last week's storm. So I'm grateful to everyone who was able to readjust their schedules, particularly to our honorees for this evening, for being able to be here. And I first have to announce that Tanya Talento is not here. She's still on medical leave, and Monique O'Grady is out of town. So could we please stand while our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order. Others. Center. Haste. Forward. March.
Thank you. You may be seated. Tonight, our recognition is the annual celebration of our honored citizens. So I invite my board colleagues to move to the front row before we begin. I'm pleased to welcome you to this special ceremony to recognize our 2019 honored citizens on behalf of my board colleagues, Barbara Cannonen and Nancy Van Doren, who are here tonight, and also on behalf of board members Monique O'Grady and Tanya Talento, who cannot be here with us this evening. So first, I want to thank the Yorktown String Quartet for providing wonderful music during our reception. The students who performed tonight were Maria Sukup, Suyu Rue, Billy Holtz, and Emily Merchetti, and they were led by orchestra director Thomas Hartman. The annual Honored Citizens Ceremony is a memorable tradition of the school board. Each spring we celebrate a select group of extraordinary volunteers who go above and beyond expectations. We recognize and appreciate the many hours over many years that all volunteers have contributed and continue to contribute to support our students. However, the individuals who have been chosen as honored citizens have shown an ongoing commitment to students in our schools and throughout the Arlington community. The honored citizens are a diverse group of individuals who volunteer because they recognize the value of strong schools and the importance of doing good in the community. By supporting our students, these volunteers also support our strategic goals of providing multiple pathways to success for students, of healthy, safe, and supported students, and of building and maintaining strong and mutually supportive partnerships. In celebration of these special individuals, and to thank them for their many contributions, we'll present each of our honored citizens with this token of our appreciation. While we cannot describe every amazing contribution each of these volunteers has made to Arlington Public Schools, we will share some highlights of their work. As we call the name of each honored citizen, we invite you to come forward and stay at the front of the room until all of the recipients have been honored. And first, Ms. Van Doren will recognize our first honored citizens, assisted by Dr. Cannonen.
Good evening. Buenos noches. Bienvenidos. Welcome, everybody. Our first honored citizen tonight is Melvi Gonzalez. Señora Melvi Gómez, perdóneme. Señora Gómez, por favor, venga, únase a mí en esta ocasión. Discúlpeme. As mother of two children who have attended Claremont Elementary School, Senora Gomez has given countless hours as a volunteer to support students and families alike. Senora Gomez has been a faithful member of the Claremont Tuesday volunteer group. These parents provide ongoing support to Claremont School by preparing materials for use in the classroom, allowing the teachers and staff to devote their valuable time to children. Senora Gomez has also been an active participant in the Vamos Adelante group, reading in Spanish to the students several times a week. She has also volunteered for school activities such as field day and field trips. In addition to working with the students, Senora Gomez also provides important outreach to the school community, disseminating information about meetings, workshops, and activities using WhatsApp. After participating in a number of parenting workshops, Senora Gomez took the APS Parent Leadership Facilitation Training. This experience gave her the skills to serve as co-facilitator in Participa workshops, helping parents and families better understand and engage in their children's education. As her nominator said, Melvi, thank you for always giving the best of you for the benefit of our entire school community. Ahora voy a hacerlo en español. Me complace presentarles a nuestra próxima ciudadana honorada, Melvi Gómez. Como madre de 2 años que han asistido a la escuela primaria Claremont, la señora Gómez ha dado innumerables horas como voluntaria para apoyar tanto de los estudiantes como a las familias. La señora Gómez ha sido fiel miembro del grupo de voluntarios de Claremont de los días martes. Estos padres proporcionan apoyo constante a nuestros maestros y al personal mediante la preparación de materiales para uso en el aula, permitiendo así a los docentes y al personal dedicar su valioso tiempo centrándose en los niños. La señora Gómez también ha sido un participante activa en el grupo Vamos Adelante, leyendo en español a los estudiantes cada semana. También ha dado de su tiempo para actividades tales como el día de campo y excursiones. Además de trabajo con los estudiantes, la señora Gómez también proporciona apoyo importante de extensión a la comunidad escolar y en la difusión de información sobre reuniones, talleres y actividades usando WhatsApp. Después de participar en numerosos talleres para padres, la señora Gómez tomó el entrenamiento de APS de liderazgo y facilitación para padres. Esta experiencia le dio a las habilidades para servir como cofacilitadora en talleres Participa, ayudando a los padres y a las familias a entender mejor y a participar en la educación de sus hijos. Nos hemos eco de las palabras de la persona presentadora, quien dijo, Melvi, gracias por siempre dar lo mejor de ti en beneficio de nuestra comunidad escolar entera. Señora Gómez, agradecemos todo que usted hace por la APS. Thank you. Do I get an A, B, C, or D? I'm practicing. Now, I would like to ask Donna Owens to please come forward. Okay. As the parent of 3 students, Mrs. Owens has been a tireless supporter and advocate for all of APS, its students, staff, and families for many years. In 2013, she served on the APS Multimodal Transportation and Student Safety Special Committee. This group was formed to ensure that all students have access to safe and reliable transportation options. As a member of this committee, Ms. Owens' advocacy for underrepresented students and families was especially valuable as Arlington Public Schools worked to address needs throughout the county. A longtime proponent of equity and access in education, Mrs. Owens has also served on the Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee for 5 years, including 2 years as chair and 1 year as vice chair. She is a very active member of the APS Dyslexia Task Force, continually collaborating with parents and staff to improve instruction and services to students with dyslexia and other specific learning disabilities. Ms. Owens' leadership and collaboration has directly contributed to the inroads APS has made in the field of dyslexia. Since September 2017, she has also served as the Vice Chair for Literacy on the Advisory Council of Instruction. Her nominator confirms that Ms. Owens is the rare individual who spends literally every spare waking hour helping others because she knows that every hour is precious, particularly for our students with dyslexia and learning disabilities. We thank you for your contribution, Donna. Next, I have the honor of recognizing Melissa Schwaber-Hawkins. Melissa, please join me. It's Claremont night. Since 2011, Ms. Schwaber-Hawkins has been an integral force in the development and betterment of the Claremont Immersion School community. She began volunteering at Claremont as her daughter entered the school. She also has a son who attends Patrick Henry's Deaf and Hard of Hearing pre-K program. At Claremont, she has served as the PTA fundraising chair for many years and is president in 2017-18. She initiated the Readathon fundraiser at Claremont, which not only raises needed funds for the school, but also motivates students to read as much as possible. She has modernized the Claremont PTA web presence, facilitating the development of an online parent directory, a Facebook page, and parent and class listservs. In addition, Ms. Schwaber-Hawkins has worked to improve communications between the primarily English and Spanish-speaking populations in the community. PTA meetings are now held in both English and Spanish, ensuring inclusion of all parents. Another effort she spearheaded was to establish an in-school food pantry program that provides snacks during the day and weekend meals for food-insecure families, ensuring students' health and well-being beyond the school's cafeteria. Her generosity and thoughtfulness also brought about an annual giving tree that provides clothes, books, and toys to students needing assistance and generosity during the holiday season. In addition, Ms. Schwaber-Hawkins represented Claremont throughout the recent elementary boundary realignment. Her participation contributed to a revised admissions process for immersion programs that is more inclusive of the greater Arlington community. Her nominator states, "To be completely honest, I am a full-time working father who is not affiliated with the PTA, volunteer activities, or most community events. For me to recognize just how much Melissa provides to our community should be telling in and of itself." Thank you, Melissa, for your contributions. Our next honored citizen is John Adair. Unfortunately, John and his family are unable to attend tonight, but we want to acknowledge and celebrate his contributions anyway. Mr. Adair has been described as the backbone of the Thomas Jefferson Community Garden, bringing to APS the experience and passion for gardening that he developed as a Peace Corps volunteer. As a parent, Mr. Adair helped his daughter's Girl Scout troop establish a garden in 2010 and helped build the program throughout the years. I want to just make an aside. I was the PTA president at Jefferson at that time, and if any of you have been behind the school where this garden is, at that time, there was a ropes course taking up the space, not used, that is now the garden. So when you walk back there today, you can see exactly what he did. It went from an unused field to a very, very robust garden. He spends hours in the spring preparing the plots for the plants and works through the summer watering and weeding the garden. He has also been successful in recruiting students and the community around Jefferson to become involved and maintain the garden. Mr. Adair can often be found coaching youngsters as they mulch and till the garden and encourages them to try new and different vegetables. In the fall, Mr. Adair encourages students, families, and the community to come together and harvest the vegetables that are grown there. Due to his efforts and the support of the community garden, the Thomas Jefferson Garden has become both a place of learning and a calm and engaging place for the students. It is now the focal point for the after-school garden club at Jefferson, for extension classes that are taught there, and for the annual Fall Harvest Festival. I'll also note that it's not here that they make a considerable amount of donations to AFAC with fresh vegetables. Mr. Adair's continued leadership ensures that the Girl Scouts' vision of a garden where students can learn and grow, harvest and eat healthy foods is a reality. It is for Mr. Adair's passionate dedication and steadfast leadership that he is being recognized, and we thank Mr. Adair for his contributions to our schools. Dr. Cannon will now present our next honored citizens with help from Mr. Goldstein, and you all have to stand there.
Yeah, you all have to stay the whole time. We're going to keep adding as we go. Ivania? Great, thank you. It is my pleasure to begin by recognizing Gladys Buendia. Senora Buendia, please come to join us at the podium.
This is the translator.
Yes, thank you. Perfect, that's it. I would like to introduce Ivania Escobar, who's going to be interpreting our comments. Do you want to share what I just...
Soy la señora Ivania Escobar y yo voy a ser la intérprete por ahorita ayudarle a ella.
Senora Buendia is a leader to many Hispanic parents and has volunteered for more than 11 years in Arlington schools.
La señora Buendía es la líder de muchos padres hispanos y ha sido una voluntaria por más de 11 años en la escuela pública de Arlington.
She has helped at Barrett Elementary School and Kenmore Middle School and has been especially active in the mothers groups at both of those schools.
Ella ha sido una voluntaria en la escuela primaria de Barrett y lo mismo que en la escuela intermedia de Kenmore. Ella ha sido activa especialmente en los grupos de madres en las dos escuelas.
Although her children no longer attend Arlington Public Schools, Senora Buendia continues to volunteer, especially at Kenmore, where she helps with events, including the 8th grade promotion and teacher appreciation events.
Aunque sus hijos ya no asistan a ninguna de las escuelas públicas de Arlington, la señora Buendía continúa siendo una voluntaria, especialmente en la escuela Kenmore, donde ella ayuda
a eventos incluyendo la promoción del 8º grado y también en los eventos de apreciación para los maestros y en muchos eventos más.
She has also volunteered at Yorktown High School, supporting events such as the annual breakfast for seniors.
Ella también ha sido voluntaria en la escuela secundaria de Yorktown. Ella ha sido brindado apoyo en eventos como el desayuno especial para los chicos de 12 grado que les dicen los seniors.
Señora Buendia's most appreciated contributions to the schools may be her artistic endeavors.
El esfuerzo más apreciado y la contribución más apreciada de la señora Buendía está en los esfuerzos artísticos.
She has taken the lead in designing and creating murals and artwork each year for Harvesting Dreams for Our Children, the annual APS celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. In addition to the Harvesting Dreams murals, she has designed other murals, decorated for events, and made frames for artwork to be displayed in the schools.
Ella ha tomado el liderazgo de crear y de hacer murales de arte todos los años para el evento que se llama el Mes de Patrimonio Hispano, y también lo ha hecho para el evento Harvesting Dream Murals, que es un mural de sueños. Se ha hecho también murales, decoraciones en eventos y también cuadros de arte que han sido vistos en todas las escuelas.
With assistance from other members of the Wednesday Kenmore Mothers Group, she has given her time and energy to create artwork that is unique and represents the children, parents, and all of APS.
Con la ayuda de otros padres y miembros del día miércoles de las Madres de Kenmore, ella ha dado infinito tiempo y energía a su creatividad, ha hecho murales únicos que representan a los niños y a los padres de las escuelas públicas de Arlington.
As stated in her nomination packet, Señora Buendia is a leader at heart and a volunteer from birth who inspires families and their children to help in the schools.
Como dice su paquete de nominación, la señora Buendía es un líder de corazón y una voluntaria de nacimiento. Ella inspira a familias que tienen niños que están en la escuela de Arlington.
Muchas gracias, señor Buendia.
Muchas gracias, señor Buendía.
And thank you, Ms. Escobar. Fantastic job. Thank you so much. Still standing. Next, I'm pleased to invite Meredith Purple to join me at the podium. Ms. Purple. From the beginning of her years as an APS parent, Ms. Purple has personified the sense of caring and unselfish service we all admire most in those who devote themselves to volunteering. Starting in 2008, Ms. Purple has served in many PTA and school-based volunteer positions at Nottingham Elementary, Williamsburg Middle, and Yorktown High School. She has been a room parent, PTA Reflections Chair, and library volunteer, to name a few. She also served as PTA president at Williamsburg and is the current PTA president for Yorktown, a position in which she will serve through June 2020. In addition to her volunteer work at the school level, Ms. Purple has served Arlington's children, families, and all of APS in demanding countywide volunteer positions. Her ability to see beyond the perspective of individual schools to include broader needs and a vision for the division demonstrates a degree of leadership and service that benefits all of APS. One example of this leadership is her work as chair of the steering committee on the 2018 to 2024 strategic plan. Co-leading a diverse group of students, parents, staff, and citizens, she facilitated work that resulted in a coherent and comprehensive plan that defines the mission, vision, core values, and goals that will guide APS into the future. Ms. Purple has also served in several positions on the Advisory Council on Instruction, and has been instrumental as ACI co-chair since June 2017. As co-chair, she helps lead the many ACI committees as they collect and share feedback and advice on important topics and provide focused recommendations for the school board's consideration. As noted in her nomination, with unselfish grace and often an utterly amazing capacity for truly exemplary work, Meredith has stepped up time and again to offer help that supports our students, their teachers, and our school system. Thank you, Meredith, for your commitment and support. Next, Evan Thomas, please come forward as our next honored citizen. Woo, you got fans out there. Mr. Thomas has been ever present as a volunteer in APS since 2013. He has been a room parent and a member of the Drew Model PTA, as well as Drew's PTA president. He has served on the Arlington County Council of PTA's Executive Board and has been active in the Arlington County Montessori PTA as well. As a volunteer at Drew, he has presented classes to the students on recycling. He was instrumental in bringing an award-winning author to read to the students at Drew, and he has donated generously to the school library. Mr. Thomas currently serves as the Executive Vice President of the Arlington Montessori Action Committee, which works to support Montessori education throughout Arlington. In addition to these activities, Mr. Thomas has coached youth soccer teams and has been an advisory board member of the Nature Generation, an organization that prepares youth for the environmental challenges they will face in the future by teaching them about and connecting them with nature. In his nomination packet, Mr. Thomas is described as someone who doesn't like the limelight, is generous to his core, and gives his time and money because it is the right thing to do. We agree with that assessment. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. I now would like to invite Rabia Obanati to please come forward to be recognized. Ms. Obanati. For the past 13 years, Ms. Obanati has volunteered at Arlington Science Focus School, Williamsburg Middle School, and Yorktown High School. Her diligent work ethic and exceptional organizational skills are widely recognized across the school communities. Ms. Obanati has been a room parent, providing help in every way possible, whether it was organizing classroom events, attending field trips, or supporting the daily classroom routine. At Science Focus, she has led many PTA committees, serving as staff appreciation lead, room parent coordinator, nominating committee lead, back to school picnic lead, and book swap ice cream social lead. Science Focus staff is most appreciative of Ms. Obanati's volunteerism because they know she will always come through. Principal Mary Bagley confirmed that she has reached out to Ms. Obanati to seek advice and insight on issues or concerns in the community. Ms. Obanati's participation on the Science Focus PTA nominating committee was especially valuable, as she helped bring together an inclusive, diverse group of leaders who understand the need for historical knowledge as well as the value of new ideas. In summary, a supporter writes that Rabia is generous, thoughtful, and a kind human being who extends herself to everyone she meets. She reaches out to the wide variety of backgrounds and cultures found in our schools and makes sure that everyone feels that they belong and are welcome. Thank you, Ms. Obanati. We appreciate your dedication to our schools, and congratulations, young lady. Mr. Goldstein will be our next presenter, assisted by Ms. Van Doren. Go ahead and turn the page for you.
Thank you. I'm pleased to invite Mercedes Juarez Chaclan to be recognized. Senora Juarez has been a devoted APS volunteer since her daughter, who will finish at Kenmore this year, entered Campbell Elementary School as a kindergartner.
La señora Juárez ha sido una voluntaria devota a las escuelas públicas de Arlington desde que su hija, que ya va a terminar en la escuela Kenmore este año, entró en la escuela primaria de Campbell. Ella entró como en jardín escolar.
At Campbell, she quickly volunteered to help with many different school events and with outreach to the school's Hispanic community.
En Campbell, ella rápidamente se hizo voluntaria y ayudó en la escuela con muchos eventos y brindó apoyo a la comunidad hispana.
Her volunteer work has continued at Kenmore, where she's involved in many activities, including the Harvesting Dreams celebration, Hispanic heritage events, and activities such as Teacher Appreciation Week, 8th grade graduation, and other end-of-year events.
Su trabajo voluntario ha continuado en Kenmore. Ella ha estado envuelta en muchas actividades, incluyendo la celebración de sueños, el mes de patrimonio hispano, la semana para apreciar a los maestros, la graduación de 8º grado y muchos otros eventos de final de año.
Senora Juarez has also been a very active member of the Kenmore Mothers Group and has gained leadership experience while supporting the school community and students.
La señora Juárez también ha estado activa en las mamás de Kenmore y también ella ha ganado un liderazgo y experiencia en cómo ayudar y apoyar en la escuela y en la comunidad.
Because of her commitment to the schools and to helping parents become involved in their children's education, Senora Juarez was recommended for the Arlington Public Schools Parent Leadership Facilitation Training, which she completed successfully.
Por su compromiso y su apoyo en ayudar a que los padres se envuelvan en la educación de los hijos, a la señora Juárez fue recomendada para que participara en un taller de liderazgo y ella lo completó también.
As her nomination confirms, Senora Juarez's commitment to help is huge, and she will continue to help where it is needed. Her actions are worthy of our admiration and respect, and she will continue her volunteer work with the same passion she has always shown.
Como la confirmación lo merita, la señora Juárez y el apoyo de la señora Juárez es inmenso. Ella continúa ayudando donde a ella la necesitan. Las acciones de ella son una admiración y un respeto que va a continuar como una voluntaria con una gran pasión como ella siempre lo ha mostrado.
Muchas gracias, Senora Juarez. Thank you, Ms. Escobar. Deborah Pearson is our next recipient. Could you join me up here, please? Since 2010, Ms. Pearson has volunteered time and again at Taylor Elementary, Williamsburg Middle, and Yorktown High School. She also served on the building level planning committee for Ham Middle School, representing her community's interests and needs as plans evolved for that new school. She served as PTA president for 2 years each at Taylor and Williamsburg, and she has already been recruited as the PTA president at the new Dorothy Ham Middle School, which will open in September. At Taylor, she was the PTA membership and fundraising chair before taking on the role of president, and she continued to support programs there after moving on to her, to her leadership role at Williamsburg. As Williamsburg's PTA president, Ms. Pearson was instrumental in Mr. Boykin's transition to principal, providing support and resources that enhanced school programs such as student and family orientations, a special education open house for transitioning families, and the Williamsburg Middle School Cares Holiday Drive. She has always been a strong supporter of programs like Reflections, the Science Fair, and the Book Fair, all of which engage students in non-traditional academic events. And she's a huge champion of the Kindness Club, which shows you where her heart is. Throughout her volunteer work, Ms. Pearson has been recognized for her inclusiveness, her team-building skills, and for always being willing to listen, qualities that are especially important as she helps build a new school culture for Ham Middle School. As noted in her nomination, Ms. Pearson is an incredible leader who works well with parents, teachers, and the administration. Most importantly, she truly cares about parent involvement and is passionate about providing staff with as many resources as possible to provide an exceptional learning experience for our children. Thank you, Ms. Pearson, for your commitment and support. And next, I invite Karen Perotti to come forward. For over 10 years, Ms. Perotti has volunteered in Arlington Public Schools, beginning when her son, who is now in high school, entered Ashlawn Elementary. She has been a room parent, a field trip chaperone, and an enthusiastic volunteer at the Book and Fun Fair. She also served as the Ashlawn Spiritware Chair and supported countless holiday parties in the schools. Going above and beyond the typical volunteer activities, Ms. Perotti has also spearheaded individual celebrations for teachers, planning special events with their students to acknowledge birthdays, weddings, or the arrival of new babies. Fluent in sign language, Ms. Perotti has taught many classes the basics of signing, even teaching students how to sign popular songs to be performed at special school events. By helping the children understand the challenges of living with hearing difficulties, she builds empathy among all students. While the examples above describe her work at Ashlawn, Ms. Perotti has also been an active PTA member at both Kenmore and Washington Lee, contributing as Kenmore's Spiritware Chair, supporting the Washington Lee's Boosters and Holiday Bazaar, and in general, showing an unparalleled commitment to Arlington Public Schools. To top it all off, Ms. Perotti is also the head of the Old Dominion Cloggers and has brought the dancers to perform at numerous school events. As her nominators stated, Karen works for the good of all students and teachers. Her positive attitude and disposition make her a true joy to work with. Thank you, Ms. Perotti. Thank you. And our final honored citizen recipient this year is Tom Patchen. Tom, please come forward.
Must be theater.
You want to read the thing?
Right there, you got on the hot seat, kind of.
An exemplary volunteer, Mr. Patchen, has provided groundbreaking leadership in the Oak Ridge and Gunston communities, connecting people and initiating new community events. To name a few of the contributions he has made, he was the program founder of Odyssey of the Mind at Oak Ridge. He has led the Oak Ridge Spring Fling fundraiser, organized the silent auction, and served as PTA president, and has been a classroom volunteer. In early 2017, Mr. Patchen initiated an international dinner at Oak Ridge to raise awareness of multiculturalism in the community. This resulted in improved relations with the community and created a sense of inclusiveness for immigrant families. Thanks to his guidance, the Oak Ridge International Dinner has become a very popular annual event and was so successful, the tradition has been adopted by Gunston Middle School as well. In addition to his efforts in the schools, Mr. Patchen has transformed his community by personally demonstrating the spirit of inclusion and diversity. He regularly hosts gatherings in his home or other locations, bringing leaders and individuals from different neighborhoods and cultures together to build a better sense of understanding and community. A quote from his nomination packet says, "Oak Ridge Elementary has hundreds of active volunteers who are creative, hardworking, and generous. Tom Patchen stands out in this group. He is exemplary." Tom, we thank you for all you do. Congratulations. So as always, we have an amazing group of honored citizens this year, and we ask that you stay standing here for just a few minutes more. I know those bags with the apples in them are getting heavy. Arlington Public Schools owe much of our success to the support that our volunteers provide to the students and our community, contributing in such a wide range of very valuable and meaningful ways. These volunteers spend hours working on projects and events with students, teachers, and families. Their friends, families, and colleagues know how much time and energy our volunteers give to the community, and we want to thank all of you who are here to support these great volunteers. We also appreciate those who submitted nominations and supporting documents for our honored citizens. So we ask the friends, families, and supporters of today's honored citizens to please stand so we can give you all a round of applause. Finally, we know many of our previously recognized honored citizens still actively support our schools, and we appreciate their ongoing contributions. And if any are present tonight, we ask you to please stand and be recognized. And thank you all for your continuing contributions to Arlington Public Schools. Now, as a final celebration of our honored citizens, I invite the board members and superintendent to join them for a photo. We've still got some pictures to be taken here. Hold on, don't break ranks yet. Sending out from your camera. All right.
Congratulations. Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, congratulations. Thank you so much. Way to go. See you. You also. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Way to raise a good pair. Way to raise a good pair. Congratulations.
Apples.
Oh, yeah. Thank you all again. for your commitment and dedication to our students, our families, and the Arlington community. And we wish you all well. And we'll take a short recess now, so those of you with other commitments can leave, and our board meeting will reconvene in 5 minutes.
All right, way to go, way to go. Thank you, this was a good
And we're back. And we are now at the announcements section of the agenda. Tomorrow, May 31st, we will hold a Committee of the Whole meeting at 5 p.m. in the Board Conference Room. On Tuesday, June 4th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will meet at 2 p.m. in the conference room. Board members, do you have any items to announce? No? Barbara? No? Nancy? No? And I do not have announcements this evening. And so now we are at consent. May I please first have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you.
Superintendent's announcements before the,
Oh,
Well, why
did
don't we
I?
just do it?
but we can vote. We just,
Well, we have speakers on consent too.
oh.
But, oh, okay.
Well, we missed you here, Dr. Murphy. I'm sorry. So we'll put off the vote on the consent agenda until after Dr. Murphy makes his announcements.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein.
My apologies.
No problem. I thought it was significant enough that last week, as you had mentioned, that we had missed the board meeting because of the inclement weather and the power being out here. So I wanted to just roll back because this is an important holiday in our country and something that I think we need to remember and honor those who have served and died for our country. We've actually had board members in the past that are members of the military. So in honor of all those who have served and died for our country, I just wanted to recognize the Memorial Day holiday, and I hope others joined us in remembering those who have served, and we want to thank them. We are in the midst of Standards of Learning, or SOL, testing, and I want to thank Leslie Peterson, as I have done several weeks ago, and the entire food service staff. We are providing free breakfast to all of our students during this SOL testing period of time, and it really gets them ready for the day. But we want to encourage parents as we kind of get to the end of the testing window to continue to emphasize a good night's sleep, eating a balanced breakfast, and also arriving ready to go. Just a brief report on how things are going. They are going very well. Preliminary reports as we move into the end of the testing window indicate that our students are doing very well. So congratulations, and we'll kind of continue along on that path. We are approaching summer, and there is another deadline around some of the summer school activities that we have coming up. That is June the 7th, and I'll just bring several of those to your attention, with middle school makeup and strengthening courses, also high school makeup and strengthening courses, the English 11 writing course for the Standards of Learning, and also the Stratford program. One of my encouragements that I talked with principals often about is to make sure they're reaching out to families and making them aware of these options, and also should students need to avail themselves to these particular courses. It is also that time of year that we're approaching graduations and proms and a host of special events. We have our annual PEP graduation, which is a very heartwarming and moving event at the Career Center on June the 12th. We also have the Academic Academy and Hilt Institute on June the 13th. Our Stratford program also has its graduation, along with New Directions, on June 18th. And then we've got the June 19th last day for high schools, and we've got HB Woodlawn and middle school graduations. High school graduations then for Yorktown, Wakefield, and W&L on the June the 20th. And then the last day for elementary and middle schools is June 21st, and that is also Arlington Community High and Langston graduation. So as you can see, it will be a busy last week of school with celebrations. We've had actually one school that's had their prom. We've got two other schools that have prom coming up. And we also know that graduation is a time for celebrations. And my continued voice on the fact that I encourage parents and our teachers and our students to have a dialogue about making good decisions, especially at this time of year, and talk about setting goals. And sometimes bad decisions are made. We all recognize that, or poor choices are made. But have a plan in place if those choices are made, so that your students feel comfortable or your children feel comfortable in calling you and contacting you and letting them know that perhaps they did make a poor decision by electing to consume alcohol or engage in other risky behaviors, and that they need your help. But I think having a plan and a conversation about it before it might happen is something that I'm going to strongly advocate for. And several parents have told me that that advice has been heeded very well for their family in the events of some unfortunate or emergency situations. I know the board and the community is interested in kind of how we are preparing for next year. We've had a lot of transition with boundary changes, along with increases in enrollment. So I'm going to turn to Ms. Erin Wales-Smith to give us a little bit of an update as far as where we are with the staffing process and what the status looks like as of today.
So we continue to monitor our surplus list carefully. This slide outlines the process. Basically began in March, where we took a look at our allocations for the upcoming school year. In doing so, we then start to generate the surplus list, which was finalized in mid-April. By mid-May, we were thrilled to have the majority of our employees placed, and we continue to place employees currently. It looks like we've placed about 89 assistants with about 7 that are left. We think maybe 6 after a placement today. All T-scale staff have been placed, which is good news. And then as have G-scale. All of our G-scale staff has been placed. So we continue to monitor openings. We continue to monitor resignations. And our goal is to have every staff member placed as soon as possible.
And I want to thank you and your team this year. There's been a host of moving parts, and I also want to thank our principals for their patience in working through this. So we'll continue to update the board as far as how we're progressing, and the reality of the issue is we see that we're going to continue to grow, so we're going to have to probably be hiring throughout the summer as enrollment continues to increase. I want to bring to the board's attention the school board's action plan, and you know the 4 categories there, and I'll move through them. The first has to do with new policy and policy revisions, and you can see the recently adopted ones. There are several slated on consent this evening, and then we also have several that are going to be brought forward for information. I think the board is to be recognized, as well as staff, for the number of policies that we've been able to move through this year, and also the support of the community and the advisories in providing input as we recraft some of the policies that we have out there. I'm going to ask Dr. Tara Natras to speak to these next 2 items. The first has to do with where we are with equity, inclusion, and our transgender and non-conforming student PIP, and then speak, if she would, to the following slide that has to do with the pre-K through 12 instructional programs pathways. Dr.
Yes.
Natras.
The equity and inclusion policy is currently still in staff work, and so we expect to have that probably the end of next week or so to start the review process with various groups. So we're a couple of weeks later than we anticipated with that one, but we're pretty close with the draft that will start circulating. The transgender youth PIP is currently available for public review on the Engage with APS website. That did go out as a school talk message earlier this week, and there is a questionnaire that is provided with it, and the PIP is divided into each of the sections, and we are taking comments on each one of those sections. Once that questionnaire closes, which is on June 11th, we will take those comments, we will make revisions, and then we will bring it forward as a monitoring item to the school board so that we are letting folks know that it is complete and will be ready for implementation.
Good.
And then pre-K-12 instructional program pathways, the only update to this one is that the questionnaire has closed. We did have about 1,600 responses to the questionnaire in both English and Spanish. We are currently going through those with our staff team to further refine the definition as well as the actual pathways themselves. We will have a school board work session on that on June the 11th, and then a school board monitoring report is slated for June the 18th.
Very good. Thank you. I'm going to move on now to capital initiatives, and I want to thank Mr. Chadwick and his team, Ben Bergen, who attended the county meeting on May the 18th and got county approval for the use permit there at the Education Center. And we'll be hopefully completing the design development phase here, which we'll be hearing about shortly in the first part of June. Mr. Chadwick, I'm going to ask you maybe to walk us through with a little bit more detail on where we are with the Career Center expansion project and the timeline that we have outlined here.
Yes, Dr. Murphy. So we will be bringing the charge and the chair to the school board on June the 6th for information, then action on June the 18th. We will be bringing later in the summer the revision to the BLPC policy. There will be a school talk message going out at the end of this week, possibly the beginning of next week, on how to apply to join the BLPC for the Career Center. And those appointments are scheduled to be heard by the school board for information at the meeting in the latter part of July, for action latter part of August, so that the BLPC will start right there at the beginning of the school year.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. As always, I also want to update you on where we are with the several new schools and additions and refreshes that are going on. So I encourage you to go to our website and then go to the A to Z listing and select design and construction. Dorothy Ham and the Heights building continues to move along on target. Mr. Chadwick and I, with the team, were actually out, the Heights and the Fleet building are moving forward and on target. Mr. Chadwick and I last Friday went out to the Dorothy Ham Middle School site with the contractor and walked the site. It continues to look like that is projected for a December opening with the renovation or the addition, and the school will open, and we've also worked with the new principal there in making sure that the students arrive, and the addition will just become available later in the fall. And then the Henry and the Charles Drew elementary school buildings will be refreshed for the Montessori program at the Henry building, and so those two will be occurring during the summer. As always, you can go to Engage to be updated on a variety of items and issues. And then I want to quickly just come back to one other issue that's been talked about with the board, as well about with the Career Center, with staffing, as well as with classes there. And Dr. Natras, I was wondering, I know that we've worked with several of our principals, also Ms. Chung, in relationship to how classes are being scheduled there. So we have a little bit of an update. I know the board was interested in hearing about that.
Yes, and I was able to talk with Ms. Chung this afternoon just to confirm the data, and all of the students who had requested the courses at the Career Center have been enrolled. So all of the students who wanted to be in Culinary Arts 1, which was one of the classes where we did have students who were waiting to get into that class, have been enrolled. So we do not have any students any longer waiting for access.
Good, thank you. That's all I got.
Very good, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Murphy on the announcements?
I was almost there.
Yes. I want to give you a couple of thank yous.
Okay.
Thank you for the update on human resources. Thank you for the good news. I would encourage for that to become a regular part of your report, if I may. I think rather than our asking questions, it would be great. I think the employees, our staff members who we value so much, like to hear how things are going for them in the same way that families like to hear how things are going for them. And that's such great news. And sometimes I think we take that all for granted, and this is a way that we can constantly not just take it for granted, but understand how many people are going through change and moving around, and how much work you're having to do to get that done. And I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm sure I'm saying thank you on behalf of them as well. Also, all the policy work, it's just phenomenal. I can't but compliment Dr. Natras for all of this. Is just amazing work and the staff that's been working on that. I just was looking at all the work that's been done this year, so to say thank you for that. And on the Career Center, I would like to encourage you. I think some of the issues we've run into is that as we run to deal with the construction part of this project, which is already many moving pieces, we have assumed that the instructional part was simply working. And I think we've hit some glitches. So I would encourage us to be talking when we do the update about not just the construction aspect of this, but also the instruction. Because I think our community needs the reassurance that for those students who, for example, have started in the Arlington Tech program, which will have its first graduating class next year, they want to know that we're still focused on that. And the CTE programs, which are so vital to so many students. Thank you, Dr. Natras, for working that through. And I'm sure Ms. Chung had the large part of that with the schools. But that really worried a lot of families and a lot of students. And as you know, you don't get to do senior year again and junior year, and a lot of kids wait for that opportunity, and they save up and they arrange their schedules to pull that off. So I know they're very grateful that we worked that out. But if we could look at both and show that, yes, we're getting the construction done, but we're maintaining, I think that would be great. If there's something to update folks on, that would be lovely, and thank you very much.
I just want to go back over the Career Center, the CTE seat placement, just to make sure I got it. I think previously you had said that all of the students wishing to take CTE classes other than culinary arts had already been placed. We had already worked that one out last week, or maybe even the week before. And so now the news is that all of the students wishing to take the culinary arts class, they have been placed. And it's going to sound like a silly question, but is it possible that there's going to be in the future, the near future, a waiting list or something, or have all of those course requests already come in? We're dealing with a whole universe of people who have asked.
So I'll let Dr. Natras jump in here, but I think this is a good story too. We have a fabulous teacher in culinary arts, and that is widely known. And the kids really enjoy that teacher, and she is doing great guns down there with the program. So it's got a nice momentum around it, but we do have some limitations, obviously, with space and lab and so forth. So we were able to adjust the schedule from my knowledge and add an additional section, and so that has helped us out to be able to do that. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Dr. Natras?
We are still in the process of scheduling some students, so depending on how things play out, there may be a couple here or there, but we are reaching the point where most students have been scheduled into classes. So I can't say, if we have a new student who comes in and enrolls and wants to be in that there wouldn't be. So there could be some shifting, but not a whole lot at this point.
Okay, thank you, and I want to reiterate and add my compliments to Chef Randolph, who I know is wildly popular, and effective there. And I know one of her students just won a huge scholarship to I believe it's the Culinary Arts of America school. I don't want to start a stampede here, but another great testament to the terrific teachers we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you have a good teacher in the classroom, the kids flock to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Nancy?
Yeah, we have great teachers in all of the Career Center classes and in all of our schools, but they're all great, different ways. This isn't going to stop. This is going to keep happening where we have a crunch at the Career Center. We know that because we're about to go through. So I think people need to be able to adjust. And I would just encourage us, I remember, Dr. Murphy, you sort of the admonition of say yes and not no, and that maybe the answer is not the one that's right before us. Maybe it's adding a section or thinking about the hours of the day that classes are held, or locations that are at the home schools or even in this building. You know, we actually have a lot of classrooms here now. So I just put that out there as rather than our jumping to constrain and restrain and say no, if we can really push ourselves to think flexibly, particularly in this period of time of so much change at the Career Center, because to me, again, it's always about the kids and finding a way to serve the kids. So if we could do that, just, I think parents would even jump in and help think of some flexible options. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Board members? Thank you, Dr. Murphy.
All right, thanks.
And now we're at the consent portion of the agenda. And so first, I'd like to call for the speakers before we make a motion and vote, and we'll hear from the speakers. And before the speakers start, I'll review the guidelines. The school board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker's slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. So if you're planning to speak on the consent item, you need to submit that speaker slip now if you have not already signed up electronically. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. However, if there are student speakers, we invite them to speak first so they do not have to stay out late on a school night waiting for their turn. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there's a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. To ensure that all speakers are understood, regardless of their native language, the board has made the following revision to current guidelines. If a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and an interpreter is present, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, which we encourage, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board. And we ask the audience to refrain from applauding. So, Melanie, could you call the speakers, please?
Yes, sir. We have 4 speakers. First is Marianne McCown.
Good evening. The Department of Justice's concerns with the English Learner Program are not limited to TJ Middle School. Rather, these are systemic issues across the county. I am here on behalf of countless parents, many of whom cannot advocate for their children because they don't speak English or fear some type of reprisal. Our adopted daughter has spent the last 3 years in Swanson Hilt program. With the help from a tutor and 2 English-speaking parents, she was writing 5-paragraph essays after 6th grade. Her 8th grade Hilt class is teaching this. I firmly believe if the school had additional highly qualified ESOL teachers and a rigorous ESOL curriculum, she would have exited Hilt. Several of my daughter's teachers are not aware of the accommodations to which she's entitled. When I inquired if they provided bilingual dictionaries, read-aloud options, or testing time, I was told it's up to her to ask for that. One teacher actually told me she was doing a favor by granting her accommodations. It's preposterous to expect middle school children to advocate for themselves, particularly those learning English. In 2016, I reached out to the ESOL Hilt program at the board to discuss accommodations and raise concerns about what I was seeing. The office just referred the issue back to the school and never followed up with me. My larger issue is that ESOL students are segregated. My daughter's geography teacher maintains a separate syllabus for kids and breaks them off into their own work group. This makes her feel like a second-tier student. English learners will never attain the confidence and skills to interact with diverse groups if schools are not providing them with the proper tools and opportunities to socialize. To be clear, I have tremendous respect for the Hilt teachers. They have a challenging job, but they need effective leadership, support, and proper resources to make the program successful. 2 of the core values of the 2018-2024 strategic plan are equity and inclusivity. However, the only mention of the term English learners in the plan pertains to disciplinary actions. As the board plans to settle with DOJ, please know that frustrations with the English Learner Program are not just TJ. I strongly recommend the board conduct an anonymous survey to see how other parents, students, and teachers feel about the county's current Hilt program. This is an important topic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening and sharing your comments with us.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Lisa Blackwell.
I concur with the speaker before me. Specifically, when I looked at that agreement, I said item 20, principal training should be for all schools that have English language learners, not just TJ Middle School. Item 21, adequate instructional material and equitable classroom environments should be at all schools for English language learners. Item 22, the scope and sequence that's going to be developed for the secondary and high school levels for the WIDA learners also needs to be done at the K through 5 level. Item 27, specialized programs at all schools, not just TJ Middle School, needs to be open to English learners. Item 32, reporting. The DOJ has a specific request for TJ Middle School, but that same request should also be imposed upon all schools that have English language learners, as long as the, our technology people are gonna have to program the computers anyway. We need to go ahead and make sure that it's done for all of our students at all of our schools so that we can have the same type of reporting for all schools. And item 32E, all school English language inventory needs to be done each year with new items added, addressed. Item 32F1, again, it should be standard for all schools that reporting information for access to special services is done for each school that has an English language learners. There is no reason to believe that our issues are only at Thomas Jefferson Middle School. I am so proud of the students that are not the students, but the parents of the students who brought that suit against APS. They need to be commended, and APS really needs to apologize that this was necessary, especially when you look at the first 19 items that are things that we should have been doing anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for coming in this evening.
Our next speaker is Lorelei Brown.
I'm not sure I am signed up for the right thing. I'm here to talk about the transgender student policy. Is this the right time? I don't think it is.
That would be better under non-agenda.
Okay, sorry, I'm new at
We'll
this.
call you up again in a few minutes. All right, our last speaker is Dean Fleming.
Good evening. I speak to you guys about something that just was discussed by two other people, a consent agenda item of great importance that is not being debated as an information item. It's certainly not an insignificant item like what color we paint the trash cans. It's not the kind of item that is meant to be on a consent agenda by any rule of good governance or civics. There's an element on here too that is the revision of school board policy B6, which is how you go about setting your policy for changing policy. The last time I spoke about this, I asked you, did you intend to change from an information item 1 week and then 2 weeks later at the next board meeting to vote on it as a publicized action meeting? And nobody would respond. So I think it'd be nice for the community to know what is your intention with that particular item, because it gives you the ability to either vote after an information item or to postpone it for 2 weeks at your choice. I don't believe that's part of any good governance policy on any board anywhere, and I don't think it's never been the policy of Arlington County. So, and in terms of the Department of Justice agreement, it certainly would have started a conversation and the community would have known about it, long before now. So I'd like for you guys to speak about that if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us.
That's all.
Thank you. So now, may I have a motion, please, to adopt the consent agenda?
I will take the motion off the table and put it back. So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 3-0. And as part of the consent agenda just adopted, I'd like to announce that the board appointed Stacy Snyder and Claire Noakes to the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission. And we also approved revisions to several of our school board policies. These policies will be posted on board docs and accessible through our website. Also under consent, the board approved the settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice. Now I'm going to ask Dr. Murphy to speak to this item, please.
Yes, Mr. Goldstein, thank you. A little bit of background here. The settlement agreement with the Department of Justice provides a mutually agreed upon path forward for us to continue as well as expand services to English learners and address concerns which were raised back in 2015-16. Many of the solutions outlined in the agreement are already in practice at Jefferson as well as within APS, and we are committed to serve English language learners and their families in all of our schools with the language resources and other services all students need to succeed. Now, the background on this was the complaint was filed in 2015-16 regarding English learners services at Jefferson Middle School, and subsequently reviewed into the concerns was completed by the DOJ from the spring of 2017 through the fall of 2019. This settlement agreement is a response to a resolution process that has occurred, and the agreement specifies the action that APS will continue to take to meet the needs of our English language learners and provide a mutually agreed upon resolution in lieu of litigation. In order to address these areas, the settlement agreement includes specific requirements that APS will ensure that are in place in the areas of identification and placement of English learners, communication with parents, provisions of English learner services and access to core curriculum, staffing and professional development, curriculum and resource allocation, and program monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. Several of the requirements, such as completion of home language surveys, ELP assessments to identify English learners, and interpretation services and continuum services, are currently in practice. For other requirements, APS has proactively taken steps to address a number of related issues, and the proposed agreement solidifies those arrangements. The requirements of the agreement will be in place for 3 years, and I know the board has already spoken to me about providing regular updates for the board as well as for the community. I'll stop there. Dr. Natras, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to my comments.
Sure. I would say just a couple of things. One, this is a resolution with the Department of Justice that it's an issuance that doesn't have any adverse findings attached to it. There are several things that Dr. Murphy has already listed that we do have in place that are in the settlement agreement because that is standard for the settlement agreements. So one of our speakers earlier, Ms. Blackwell, spoke to some of the things like 1 through 19 that should have already been in place. Some of them are in place. They're simply in the agreement because some of the other things that were also listed in them couldn't be done without those being listed in the agreement. It's just the process. So Dr. Murphy spoke to things like the home language survey. We've been doing that for years. It's in the settlement agreement, but it is a practice that we have already had in place. Things like the ELP assessments for identification of our English learners is also something that has already been in place. The interpretation services, we provide interpreters for our IEP meetings as well as our conferences and other things. So while that's in the agreement, those are things that APS has had in practice for quite some time. Once we started this work ourselves and have been working on some of the key components, there is a lot we have done over the last couple of years, even before this agreement was reached. So things like we translated the IEP template. We unearthed through this process that the template itself was not translated because we provide interpreters at IEP meetings. So we've already done all of those translations. We've added information. One of the things you'll see in the agreement is really making sure that our families of English learners understand the special education process. We've made several changes to that, including providing sessions at Harvesting Dreams, as well as doing the telenovela project. We have updated our special education processes. You all have heard us talk about the student support processes and the special education manual that we are finalizing. Those things are also part of what you'll see here that we're already under work because we knew that that was something that we needed to work on. We added questions to the first day of school packet. We've updated processes at the language resource, or the Language Services Resource Center. So there is a lot that has been underway. As we have also said as an organization, there are some things that we need to be doing differently. So there are things that are in that agreement that have been in place. There are things that we have put into place over the last couple of years, and I think that those are also important things to note within the agreement.
Thank you very much. Board members, you have questions on the agreement and the information we've gotten from Dr. Murphy and Dr. Natras?
Yes.
Nancy, please.
Dr. Murphy, in terms of the updates, how often will we be updated, and will that come to the community? Status on, I know that there are rigorous reporting requirements from the Department of Justice, and since we have it, I presume it's all can be public information. How often can we expect to hear that and let the community know how we're doing?
Dr. Natras, what's the reporting that we have with the DOJ?
Annual.
Okay.
There's a fall report and then there's a July report.
Okay.
The fall report is not as extensive.
So I think we can probably look at quarterly reports for the board, and I can either include those as part of my regular announcements, or we can have those come forward as a monitoring item.
That would be great. In your announcements is fine, but I would like to show the community that we're doing this. I'm aware and was aware that this was underway, and I want to thank Dr. Natras, because I know she and her team have worked very, very hard at propelling things forward that I knew you were already working on. Unfortunately, with ESOL Hilt as well as special education, these are areas that we have laws for a reason, and it gives parents tools. And I just want to apologize to the mom who spoke, that you're having those experiences and that your child has those experiences. It's something we're working very hard, and Dr. Natras and her team have embedded in our strategic plan to really challenge ourselves to see what we're doing and address it. And I'm very sorry about that. I'm sorry about all of this. The one admonition, because I was aware of our need for improvement, meeting back with the ESOL Hilt Committee and groups of teachers back 6 years. I remember hearing many of these stories, and I would just ask that we have advisory committees. We've had the ESOL Hilt Advisory Committee for some time, way before Dr. Natras came, and I've heard some of these things way back then, and I wish that we would more assiduously listen to those committees when they tell us that there's a problem, so that we can get out ahead of these things and really continuously look at our practices and improve. But most importantly, it doesn't do any good to go backwards and woulda, shoulda, coulda. We have to fix it now. I'm sorry to the families, and thank you, Dr. Natras, for moving those things forward as quickly as possible. And Dr. Murphy, if we can just show the community that momentum, I think it's also going to propel our strategic plan forward. I'm sorry it came in this way, but let's take advantage of it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have just one or two questions, maybe one. And so I don't know who.
Start with me.
I'll address them to you. So of the items that are in place, that we've been putting in place, even before we reach a settlement, or those items that will be coming into practice as a result of this settlement agreement, how many will be put into place system-wide and not solely focused on Jefferson Middle School?
I don't know offhand without going back through kind of item by item, and I don't want to state that incorrectly. If you look at the settlement agreement, it is very specific to, there are some things for Thomas Jefferson Middle School, there are some things for all of our middle schools, and then there are some things for the division overall. And it really depends on what that specific item is. So some of the things that I even referenced earlier, the home language survey, the ELP assessments that we're already giving, those are division-wide. And then there are some others that are either specific to TJ or are specific to our middle schools, but I don't have the count that you asked for. But it is pretty well laid out in the agreement, and it's a balance.
So let me ask the question in a different way. Is it our intent that as we make improvements per the requirements of the settlement agreement or even the things that we had been putting into place prior to the settlement agreement, is it our intent that we would make these available to roll them out system-wide?
Yes.
And not solely at the school in question here in the settlement agreement?
Yes, and everything that I actually spoke about earlier that are current practices or the things we have done over the last 2 or 3 years have all been system-wide, and we will continue with that as we move forward with the agreement.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you very much. And next, we'll hear citizen comment on non-agenda items, and I already read the speaker guidelines. So, Ms. Elliott, would you please call speakers? Do we have speakers on this?
Yes, sir, we do. We have 13 speakers. We'll start with our student speaker, Michael Fold.
Hello, my name is Michael Folb, and I am in 5th grade at Hoffman, Boston. I have autism. I have been trying to get into the TJ Autism program and was finally just told I am getting in. I got really confused about what school I was going to. APS was thinking about shrinking the autism program at TJ and sending me to Dorothy-Ham. At Dorothy-Ham, the bus ride would have been too long and would not have known anyone. When you have autism, you have a hard time meeting new people. At TJ, I could ride my bike, and some of my friends are going to TJ, so I will know some people. Thank you for letting me go to TJ.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael, for coming in this evening. You did an excellent job at the podium.
Our next speaker is Kia Haynes.
Hello. APS is in the process of approving a new PIP to support our transgender and non-gender conforming students, and that makes me proud. In this country, there are more school systems than not who won't approve of putting in place measures to ensure that all students in the public school system are provided a safe and respectful learning environment. What I'm not proud of is that there are some of my fellow public school parents pushing to delay the process because of their own personal biases and beliefs. I am here to ask that APS continue to move forward on this PIP and not entertain such requests. Trans, non-gender conforming people are a marginalized community, and the delay of this PIP would make the bold statement that they are truly not important, that their rights to a safe learning environment be put on hold to appease a contingent of prejudiced people. Trans, non-gender conforming students represent a minority group. If any other minority group had a PIP in the works on the table that would help guarantee fair treatment in public school, there would be no question that the PIP should be in place PDQ. Do not delay the process, please. And to those who would press against a minority group achieving equality, I would suggest that they stop pointing fingers at APS's moral ineptitude and maybe examine their own. I do not understand the fear of those opposed have to bringing this PIP into fruition. The arguments that this will somehow elevate the rights of a trans student over a cisgendered student is absurd. Equality doesn't mean elevated, it means equal. To those who share religious sentiment as reason for their opposition, this country was founded on religious freedom, which means one's personal religious views should not be the basis of discrimination. These are children's lives, and their lives should not be used as a moral battleground. I close by asking a favor of those paying attention to this whole process. Those like me who do not have any trans or non-gender conforming children, but feel all children deserve to feel welcome. Be an ally. Write in. Thank the school board for being so proactive to protect these children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kia, for coming in this evening.
All right, next we have Carmen Reeves.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Reeves, and my children have attended Hoffman Boston, Abingdon, Claremont, and Gunston. We love our schools and our teachers, and I thank you, Dr. Murphy and school board, for your hard work on their behalf. I am, however, deeply concerned about the J2 PIP and its possible effects on my children, their privacy, and their understanding of sexuality. I can also testify that anxiety in Arlington school bathrooms is hardly limited to gender dysphoric students. So far, though, this PIP seems oblivious to the needs of the general student population. The superintendent's office and one board member have been corresponding with a transgender special interest group about this PIP since September. But in response to my letter to the board and the superintendent's office, I received a form letter and instructions to wait for an online questionnaire to accompany the first draft of that PIP. That draft and questionnaire appeared online for the first time this week. And while this PIP will personally affect every student, the only active notification to parents was this week's email. Your usual diligence and transparency have been absent from this process. At this point, there's simply not time for any meaningful consideration of the parent feedback before your self-imposed action date of June 18. We have heard over and over that the superintendent's office does not develop policy and that the board does not vote on PIPs. Perhaps not, but you do have the authority to postpone this PIP. According to School Board Policy 10-7, the decisions of this board, acting as a body, are binding on the superintendent. I appeal to you then as a board to postpone this PIP. Direct the superintendent to delay implementation of this policy to allow time for real engagement with all stakeholders. It is your responsibility and your duty to the children of Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments this evening.
Our next speaker is Deborah Schneider.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Schneider, and I'm the mother of 2 APS students. I'm also here tonight to speak regarding the new PIP on transgender students. I'm here to speak in favor of APS working to draft policies that support and affirm trans students, including this PIP that's currently posted for public comment. Protecting our children, all of our children, is one of our most important jobs. And whatever your thoughts on gender identity, I hope we can agree on that much. Trans children are one of the most vulnerable groups of children in the country. They're victims of bullying, harassment, and beatings. They feel unsafe at school because they are often unsafe at school. I saw this abuse firsthand when I was a child, and while I'm glad to hear from friends that there's been some change for the better over the years, school is still far too unsafe for these children. A large percentage of these kids have tried to kill themselves due to the abuse they suffer at the hands of those who hate and mistreat them for not conforming to the gender they were assigned at birth. As an adult, as a mother, and as a woman of faith, I have a responsibility to speak out to make the world a safer and better place for children today. The good news is that when trans students are accepted, supported, and cherished, as all children should be, in other words, when they're not in an unhealthy environment, they will be happy and healthy and grow into happy and healthy adults. That's what well-substantiated, scientific, peer-reviewed research shows us. Affirming and supporting our trans children just as they are strengthens their family's ability to support them as they grow up. There's plenty of understanding and fear around these issues, but the bullying, harassment, and abuse won't stop unless we take action. They won't stop if we simply hope for the best. I appreciate that APS is putting into place policies that provide clear guidance about how to make our schools safe, supportive, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and speaking to us this evening.
All right, our next speaker is Norma Zarate.
Good evening. I'm so sorry that my voice is not working fine today, but I'm here as a mom also, as a woman of faith also. I have 2 kids in APS. I have pretty much 3 questions for you to consider. The first one is regarding the considerations that have been taken to address the stress and psychological effects that the majority of the kids like my kids, will face in a day-to-day basis when they have to be in front of the reality of sharing the same bathroom. I have a 5-year-old girl, and she has to go to a bathroom and find out that because there is a boy that identifies himself as a girl, she has to share the bathroom. So the question is, what is the population and what is the percentage of the population in APS that is being identified as suffering or in the process of gender dysphoria compared to the kids who are not facing that? The second question is, why is only given 2 weeks to the population, to the community, to input and to be heard regarding this PIP, this transgender PIP, considering that APS has taken several months to implement the draft that is being presented? And the third question is, how is going to APS to evaluate the approval, disapproval, or delay of this PIP by the community? The questionnaire has only open comments. It's not addressing the issue by the way that we can weight each of the paragraphs and say approve or not approve. It's only an open comment section that we are not going to be able to evaluate if the PIP is approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in this evening, sharing your thoughts with us.
All right, next, we have Lisa Blackwell.
So I want to talk about budget direction for next year, because now is the time for us to start thinking about what we're going to do next year. And I would like very much for you to direct the superintendent to consider a budget that would get all of our kids in APS to grade level. Start with that as the base, not with any, we've got to give the teachers a raise or anything else, but what do the children need, so that they look at the planning factors, which are inadequate to supply the needs to get our English language learners, our children with disabilities, and our economically disadvantaged students to grade level. That's the 3 places where we're failing right now. We have 20% of children in APS not on grade level. I always thought, oh, there must be something on the instruction side where the issue is. And there probably is, but I couldn't believe that it's money, because we have enough money, but we don't direct the money to the students who have the greatest need. So to the extent that we need more Esau Hill instructors, and based on the Department of Justice settlement agreement, there's an Esau Hilt issue that needs to be addressed, and it involves more personnel. Students with disabilities needing more specialized instruction, and students that are economically disadvantaged needing whatever resources it takes to help them deal with the traumas in their lives, whether it's counselors or psychologists. We need to address those issues, and that can only happen if you tell the superintendent from the beginning, because again, remember, it's your budget in the end. Thank you.
Thank you again, Lisa, for coming in this evening.
All right, our next speaker is Caroline Dana.
Forgive me if I'm nervous. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I come here today as a mom of 3 students in APS, wanting to express my concerns about the vague PIP proposal. First of all, I'd like to say that I firmly believe that even the most well-intentioned policies, if they're implemented wrong, they are very counterproductive. After reading the proposal the county sent out yesterday, I was alarmed at how vague it is and worried that it might turn out to be another rushed, however well-intentioned, poorly implemented policy like the recent standards-based grading mandate that still doesn't have a standard. To quote Dave Chappelle, our culture has accepted 2 huge lies. First is that if you disagree with someone, you must fear or hate them. And the second is that to love someone means you have to agree with everything they believe, say, or do. Both are nonsense. You don't have to compromise your convictions to be compassionate. I hope the intention of the PIP proposal is to promote our community being more loving and compassionate to every student, no matter what their gender is. However, I feel this proposal misses the mark, places preference over feelings, over science, and forces teachers and students to potentially go against their own religious beliefs without any option to opt out. I would love to see a proposal that promotes teaching our community how to be more compassionate and loving to each other while also teaching children how to respectfully disagree with someone and still be friends. We need to make our children confident in who they are without telling them if someone disagrees with them that they hate them. Our community has become too divisive and unable to accept the premise that everyone might not agree on everything. I would love to see APS set a standard for teaching compassion and love without encroaching on others' safety and freedom. That's true inclusivity. As far as specific concerns about the PIP, I have a few questions. How will APS keep sports fair in light of the biological differences between the sexes, or are we not going to teach biology as a subject? Will there be safeguards in place to protect children, and will the board personally be responsible for any litigation that is a result of either sports injuries or other assaults?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming in this evening.
Our next speaker is Susan Cox.
Accountability. I read it will cost in the range of $250,000 for the Washington Lee renaming. How can you justify these costs when it will do nothing for the unity and education of our children? Why not let the taxpayers have a real say? How can you be good stewards of our resources when you spend $9,000 on a professional facilitator who let us down by not calling out sexist and racist remarks? Why weren't the ramifications of a name change made known to the community before your vote in June? Why is it you desire to change policies that
Ms.
will...
Cox, this is an agenda item for this evening. If you could hold your marks until that time when that agenda item comes up, that would be the appropriate time to give us your remarks.
Okay.
This is the non-agenda item portion of the meeting.
I'll just resume the rest. I just have a
That
little more.
proposed renaming cost for Washington Lee is information item, it's F1. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Josh Folb.
Good evening, Dr. Murphy and members of the school board. My name is Josh Folb, proud parent of Michael Folb, who you heard from earlier, but right now I'm speaking as the chair of the Arlington Education Association's Compensation Committee. Now that the budget is closed for next year, and as we move to lessons learned, the AEA went to work proposing interim solutions to our compensation structure while we wait for the results of the compensation study. None of these positions, which you will hear about soon, which were passed unanimously by the AEA Delegate Assembly, would interfere with the compensation study, but rather set the stage for the results. You will be hearing from 3 AEA representatives in a moment. As STEP versus COLA was debated, AEA recognized that the wrong question was being asked. The question should have been asked, why aren't all employees on a STEP scale? Too many employees have been hired on the cheap, and it is time to fix it. Because APS now recognizes that there are too many employees who do not benefit from a step because they are not on a scale, the solution is not to forego a step, but to find a place for all on a scale for all employees. Thus, AEA has passed the preceding resolutions requesting action from this school board. And on behalf of AEA's 1,800 plus members, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Josh, for coming in this evening.
All right, next is Kelly Bryant.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Bryant, and on behalf of the Arlington Education Association, I present the following resolution. The AEA believes no employee of Arlington Public Schools, neither part-time nor full-time, shall be hired in a position that does not have a scale which provides for an increase. This does not preclude a top of scale, but should end the practice of the hourly worker. Further, the number of hours worked should never preclude one from moving up that scale. Temporary workers shall be placed on an equivalent scale. The AEA further believes that an S scale should be created for substitute employees that will honor their experience and expertise. We don't have to wait for a compensation study to place all employees on a scale that will honor their time with APS. Let's do this work today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your comments with us.
All right, next, we have Shelley Jennings.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Shelley Jennings. I am a Spanish teacher at Glebe Elementary School and past president of the Arlington Education Association. I am presenting two motions that have unanimously passed our most recent delegate assembly. The first, the superintendent shall bring forward a budget with a step increase and a COLA of an amount equal to the previous fall's Social Security increase. This will represent the true cost of compensation, which has been missing from recent budgets. Second, the Arlington Education Association calls for the modification of longevity steps by inserting annual increments between the longevity steps. This will end the longevity wait times and ensure all employees along all scales benefit from a step. Both of these motions should be enacted as we wait for a compensation study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments this evening.
All right, next we have Gail Perry.
Good evening. My name is Gail Perry, and on behalf of the 1,800 members of the Arlington Education Association, we request the following. A voting participating seat appointed by the president of the Arlington Education Association on the committee that will craft and act upon the results of the compensation study that had its funding approved by the school board at its May 9th, 2019 meeting. AEA wants to be a partner in the compensation work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you very much.
Now our last speaker, Lorelei Brown.
Good evening, everybody. I thank you for having us all speak here. I wanted to address the issues around the PIP. First, thank you, everyone, for going through the many steps and motions and meeting with disparate stakeholders and listening and the sheer lift it takes to get public policy enacted. It's quite a lot, and as a citizen of the county and a parent in APS, I appreciate it. I'm a mom. I have a 9-year-old student, third grader, in public schools. And one of the things I appreciate about public education is that we have the value that we teach every student every day. It doesn't matter who they are, it doesn't matter how much money they have or what kind of person they are, we're dedicated every student every day. And the PIP reaches to the height of that problem. I've heard people today talk about transgender students as a special interest or some kind of anomaly, or talk about the thing that doesn't exist as gender dysphoria. But transgender students are now just being recognized as a person who are entitled to a public life in a public place just like anybody else. And the PIP allows them to do that with dignity and entitles them to the courtesies that we offer for anybody else. We recognize them with the address that makes them most comfortable with pronouns, their proper names, and in the facilities and the names that they require. We know from numerous scientific studies from the CDC, the HSS, numerous academic researches, the APA, the National Association of Social Workers, and on, that transgender students are at risk. When they don't have a supportive educational environment, they have worse outcomes for homelessness, addiction, suicide, mental health risks, and we provide that space, we're in it, and that's what the PIP is all about. I wanted to tell you a great story about my daughter, but we're done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown, for sharing your comments with us this evening. And we're done with the speakers. Okay, thank you all very much for your comments. And we're moving on to monitoring items. This is E1. We have 2 monitoring items tonight. The first is an update on the ESOL HILT program. Dr. Murphy, would you like to introduce that?
Yes, I'm going to turn to Dr. Natras, who's making her way to the podium for this particular item and update for the evening.
Good evening. We do have slated for this evening our ESOL HILT monitoring report, and I'm going to introduce our supervisor, Sam Klein, who will provide you with an update on our ESOL HILT data as well as some of our key action steps moving forward. I would also like to thank the team who is here with him this evening. We have quite a few folks from the office as well. So Sam, I will turn it over to you.
Watch your head. Good evening, school board, Dr. Murphy, ELT. I'm really excited to be able to share some of the successes we have with ESOL HILT. Specifically, not only the data, but the great work that's happening at the school level with our many teachers and the staff that supports them. And I'm going to talk a lot about the village, that it's not just our ESOL HILT teachers, but it's our gen ed teachers, it's our librarians, it's our social workers, it's everybody in the building who's really making a difference. But the first thing I'd like to do is for us to think about what is the purpose of ESOL HILT, especially with a funny name like that. Really, it's about our students who are coming to us who are learning the academic language and the content at the same time. I always equate this to if you move to Greece or Israel or China tomorrow and you had to take classes in engineering, what exactly would you need? You'd need the basic language, words like nonetheless, therefore, moreover, and also the content, whether it's around aerodynamics, if it's a science, or liberty, if it's social studies. And so it's a big combination of things. And so what it takes in a building for our ESOL HILT students to have success are the gen ed teachers, the ESOL HILT teachers, the strong administrators we have, and again, others, our bilingual family liaisons and our HILT resource counselors. Everybody works towards the whole child of the English learner. So just to build a little background and make it easier to understand exactly who we're talking about, if you look at the outside of this circle, that's our overall student population. If you look at the small circle in white at the bottom, those are our students who are currently our ELP, or English Language Proficiency levels 1 through 4. It's about 4,800 students. And as you go out the levels, you'll see the different types, levels 1 through 6, for example, or all of our students who have either currently are or formerly were English learners at 8,000, a little over 8,000. But if you go to the middle, where we talk about language minority students, this is just to give you an idea of the number of homes that we have, or students who come from homes with a language in addition to or other than English. So if you're looking at the percentages, we have about 18% of our students are current English learners, but if you look at our total language minority population, it's about 34%. We're really proud of that diversity, and it really makes for rich, rich classrooms. Also, just to give you an idea, we're the 4th largest English learner population in the state of Virginia. So to give a little more background on our English learners, I'm going to talk about 3 different categories. We have English learners, and then we have students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged. If you look at the very top in green, you'll see English learners. 23% of our English learners are English learners but are not students with disability or economically disadvantaged. Going clockwise, 59% of our English learners are also economically disadvantaged. If you keep going around, 15% of our English learners are economically disadvantaged and students with disability. And lastly, 3% of our students are English learners and students with disability. This is all just to build background about our English learners. So this chart really shows you our various levels. Level 1 would be the students who are entering and just starting their language acquisition of English. Moving up to level 2, 3, and 4 are the active levels. Those are the levels that we're giving direct services. Then on the 4 columns to the left, you'll see there was an ELP 5 in Virginia, and then a level 6. Virginia decided to do away with level 5, so you'll see the 2 right columns have levels 1 through 4, and then level 6. So level 6, by the state of Virginia, defines it as a proficient student. However, they're still monitored because they're still acquiring English. They're still learning English. So you'll see us in our data talk about our levels 1 through 4, then we'll talk about our level 6, and then our proficient students would be those beyond level 6. Just keep in mind, even though a student is a level 6, they're still learning English. They're still learning, I mean, I would say that a native speaker in 10th grade is still learning English. They're learning the content. So our students are always learning the language. So just to give a little comparison, I mentioned that we are the 4th largest English learner population in Virginia. Here are 6 of the top 8 school divisions for English learners in the state by size. And what we're showing here are the % pass rates on the SOLs from last year. So look, reading across the top, we have the reading SOLs, mathematics, writing, history, and science. What's important to note is that Arlington has 3, we are the highest in 3 of those, and in fact, some of our scores are as much as 20 points higher than some of these other very large school divisions in Northern Virginia. So let's take a look a little more closely at some of the specific SOL performances. So what we have here are the reading % pass rates for English learners. And what you'll see is a nice increase from back in 2012-13 at 53%, moving up to 56%, onward going up. What you'll see in each of the years is that we did outperform the state average on the reading assessments. What you will notice is from 2016 to 2017, there was a dip, not only with us, but with the entire state. I think that they had a 5-point dip. So overall, there was a decrease in the reading scores. So this is a chart that I like to show that really digs into when we talk about % pass rate with a %, whether it's 65%, 68%, what does that mean for the English learners? So if you look at the chart, we call this our stair-step chart. This is breaking out the performance by ELP level. So again, imagine you move to Greece tomorrow and you're taking classes and you're taking the statewide assessment. If you're in your first year, second year, it's going to be very difficult to pass a native speaker's assessment. But as you look, if you take a look at those blue lines on the right, that would represent this past year. As students developed their English language, as they're given time, excellent instruction, and the supports, their scores move up as they go through the proficiency level. If you take a look at our level 6, who the state has deemed as English proficient but still working towards their proficiency, they are, I would say, almost comparable to the non-English learners. But much more importantly, if you look at the proficient students, so students who have gone through ESOL Health Services and are now moving on, look at those proficient scores. The blue line are students who were English learners and have now moved on, outperformed non-English learners on the reading SOL. And the question sometimes comes up, how is that possible? It's because with great instruction and great support and amount of time, the English learners really do well on their assessments. Mathematics, similar stats. The numbers had been rising through the years. This year, again, there was a dip in the state and there was a dip in Arlington English learner performance on the SOLs. However, if we take a look at what we call the stair step, if you look again at those blue lines, look at how the students are progressing up as they develop their English language proficiency. And again, you'll notice the level 5 doesn't exist for this year or for the last year because VDOE did away with that. But again, if you look at our level 6 and our proficient, they're very comparable to the non-Ls. And we're really proud of the fact that when students are given the proper supports, they're given excellent instruction, they're given time to develop their English language proficiency, and in this case, their mathematics content, they do very well on the statewide assessments. So one question that was asked, I think in the last time I reported out, was how about enrollment in advanced courses? So our students in the levels 1 through 4 who might be recent arrivals is at about 8.3%. Let's look at the students who have gone through the services, ELP level 6, that's at 43.4%, and the students who've gone on to the proficient level are at 56%, only 1% different than our non-Ls. This is something we're really working very closely with. We've been working with Cheryl McCullough in the gifted office for the last 3 years on what are things we can do to put in place, and also talking to principals. We have to give a lot of credit to the principals and the counselors of the school who are very encouraging for the students as they become comfortable and develop their English language proficiency to participate at a greater level in the advanced courses. So taking a look at the strategic plan. So one of the performance objectives talks about 1 year's worth of growth. So if you look for English learners, we talk about the Access for ELS, which is their English Language Proficiency Assessment. It's an assessment that we give every year that looks at their reading, writing, speaking, and listening. on content language. The state target last year was 46%. Our students performed at a 63.6%. Again, this has contributed to excellent instruction by our ESOL Hilt teachers and the general education teachers and those who support them. But some other things that I'd like to point out that are helping us to achieve them is this year in our office we formed a long-term English learner focus, really looking at, we do have some students who are not moving at that expected rate, are not moving a level every year or 2 or 3. These are students who are fossilizing at some of the levels. And we're starting to look at what are the characteristics of those students and what supports, in addition to instruction, can we put in a place to help move them through. I think that's going to be very helpful for us as we develop that. And of course, our parent programs. We're so proud of our bilingual family liaisons who are in the schools every day working with our parents, bringing them in and helping them really connect to the learning. The way we talk about it is it's a triangle. We have the student, we have the school, and we have the parents, and we all have to work together. And up there you'll see a couple of different programs that we used this year, including a couple of new ones, like Families Unite, which really focused on reuniting families. It's an issue for some of our families where the parents and the children have been separated for 5, 7, even 10 years, and trying to get the family unit to work cohesively. We also developed this year, or I guess extended our intervention protocol, which is part of when we're looking at students who might have another learning disability in addition to acquiring English. And this year we really tried to incorporate it with some of the other work we're doing with ATSS to bring that together and help our teachers understand what are some of the things we need to be looking for our students. One of our other goals is that all students can identify at least one school-based adult. And I have to say, in talking to our ESOL Hilt teachers, they really have a great relationship with their students, but there are a lot of other adults in the building who are also helping. Specifically, I'd like to point out our Hilt resource counselors who have great relationships with our students, and especially our students at our lower levels, proficiency levels 1 and 2, at the higher grades, who might have come in and might have been part of one of those families that's reunited, and so they help them get adjusted. And if you can imagine getting adjusted to a new culture, a new country, a new language, and sometimes a new family when they arrive. And so our Hilt resource counselors are really terrific at that. Our bilingual family liaisons are another one who really connect the students and the school to the available resources. And then there's a terrific program that was started last year at Wakefield, which was a mentoring program, mentoring our level 1 students. So when they come, they can become acclimated and get to know some of the upper level students and other students in the building. It's been very successful. This year, WNL did a version of it, not necessarily focused on level 1 students, but other English learners who might need another friend in the building. Both of them actually have been meeting, I think, weekly and really making a difference for students. So the name ESOL Hilt, I mentioned it might be for some a funny name, and I've been hearing for my time here, this is something we might want to consider looking at changing. The name ESOL Hilt is confusing. Our wonderful ESOL Hilt Citizens Advisory Council this year, as you know, made a recommendation through ACI that we should be making the change of the name. We've been working on that. It's a fairly big project. There are hundreds of places the name ESOL Hilt is, whether it's in the computer systems or job titles, in our course codes. So it's not something we can do overnight, but by the fall of, beginning this fall and through the fall of 2020, we will be making an adjustment on the name to move away from ESOL Hilt. And really the main purpose of that, as our parents have pointed out, is the name is confusing. There's not a lot of clarity around our names of Hilt A, Hilt B, especially when we refer to students' proficiency levels as levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're working on that to make it more clear for parents and for teachers and others. Another thing we've been working on, as you well know, is the ESOL Hilt program evaluation. We hired an outside provider, WestEd, excellent group of well-known resources that we've been working with for the last year, and they'll be working, will be part of a work session in the fall to bring forth the program evaluation. And lastly, what I'd like to say is, again, I sometimes think when people think of ESOL Hilt, they think of just the ESOL Hilt teachers. It takes a village. It takes the grade level teachers. It takes the administration. And we have great administrators who care deeply about all of the students. It takes our librarians, our counselors, our equity and excellence coordinators. This really is the responsibility of everyone in the building, and I really believe in APS that everyone in the building takes ownership of everyone's education. So this isn't just about who's teaching the ESOL Health students, it's who is contributing to the greater good of the school. And I really like to thank publicly all the folks who work with all of the students, but especially those who work with the English learners to help them succeed in APS. I would love to answer any questions if you have any.
Super. Thank you so much, Sam.
My pleasure.
Excellent presentation. Board members, do you have, oh, I'm sorry.
We do have
Call the
one.
speakers first. Why don't you, yeah. And then you can come back when
Sure.
we're asking questions. Do we have speakers?
We have one speaker, Lisa Blackwell.
Thanks, Sam. Really appreciate that report. When I was looking at your presentation online before coming in, I just had some questions, and hopefully the board members will get these answers for me. I just wanted to know how many WIDA levels a parent could expect their child to increase in a year. Should they expect their child to go from WIDA level 1 to 2, or is there a chance they could go from 1 to 3, 1 to 4, things like that? And then I wanted to know, how are services provided to our elementary school students, and what kind of coordination is going on with English and language arts between ESOL Hilt and English and language arts? Because when you're looking at that slide and you see that 30% of the English language learners did not have adequate language growth, I'd like us to know why that is, and how we're digging into that, and how we're coordinating to make that change happen. Thank you.
Thanks very much again, Lisa. That's all. Okay. So welcome back, Sam. Board members, do you have questions, comments on the presentation? Barbara?
I suspect we all are going to focus on some of the same topics, so I'll just start, and I'm happy to focus on one. I have three areas I want to ask about, and it may be that other folks want to chime in on each one. So why don't we pull up slides to sort of help with the discussion? So I want to start on slide 8. Could be 10. It's the same concept. Is this it? Yes. So first of all, and this is fairly new, I think that we have begun to really break down our data to look at our different levels of English learners, especially all the way up to the proficient are students who've gone all the way through 1 through 6. They're deemed proficient. So they're sort of two, things to look at in this graph. But the success story is certainly those proficient students. Dr. Murphy, I know we've discussed in the past that this is a story that we really need to tell. I believe our community does not know that when students get all the way through our English learning system, they are performing as well as students who've spoken English from birth. That's extraordinary, and they speak 2 languages. So that's a really extraordinary story that we have to tell, and I think we should try to find ways to tell it in those infographics and other things. And by the way, we've been once we started looking at data this way, we have found that it's fairly consistent, like you pointed out, Mr. Klein, with signing up for advanced courses, test results, things like that. So that's a huge success story, great news. And then the question is, and I agree with what you pointed out, if I were taking a test in another language, I would not do very well in it. So it's understandable. English, the language itself, can cause someone to struggle with a test, even if they know the math concepts. There are word problems, things like that. So it's understandable that we'd expect to see the results exactly this way. The question becomes, and I think this is getting at what some of the comments were earlier in the evening, the question becomes the English learners, and the speaker asked as well, what's happening with those students? Do we feel that they are moving through that system in a way that we expect? And this leads to, I guess I'm going to combine this with the other slide I wanted to pull up, which was slide 12, about the, quote, year of growth. Okay, so this is really hard to understand. The state has defined the idea of a year of growth, and the state has said they think only 46% of students should be able to achieve that. It seems to me that if you're defining a year of growth, it should be something that our students should be able to do. It's the expected year of growth. My questions are multidimensional. How long is it taking students, as the speaker asked? What is a year of growth in terms of learning English? And are we satisfied with where we are? Why are all our students not achieving a year of growth in learning English?
So you asked a lot of great questions. And so I think one of the things to think about is what the research tells us is it takes typically 5 to 7 years to acquire English. If you've had interruption in your formal education or you've had some missed education, that can be longer than that, 7 to 10 years. So when we're talking about looking at over 4 levels growth, and if somebody's expected to do 5 to 7 years of growth in that time, it's not a one-to-one correlation. Getting to the question, it's not 1 level per 1 year. But one of the things to think about is every student learns differently, and as they're coming at different ages. So this data includes students who started at kindergarten who are still developing literacy in their first language, and it includes 17-year-olds who've missed the last 3 years of schooling who are also learning English for the first time but might have struggled with literacy and everything in between. So when we look at scores in aggregate, I think what we say is there are students who are going to make the state suggested percentage of growth because they're at a different point in their learning. In terms of acquiring English. The ones who are older often take longer. So there's a term we call SLIFE, students with limited or interrupted formal education. Some of our students come in and they've had some either limits in their education or some interruptions. It could have been during the journey, it could have been that they're in a refugee camp. There are a lot of factors. And so that first language literacy really comes in to play on how fast they're going to grow. Now we have some students who come with limited or with interrupted schooling who hit the ground running and acquire very quickly in building their literacy, and others take a little longer. But if you think back to that 5 to 7 years, and we're talking about a 4-number system, it's not a one-to-one. It takes a little while for some students to grow. Now, we do have concerns, and I mentioned that we're working on the long-term English learners, is we do have students who might have been starting their 3rd year at a level. That's a concern to us. So if they were a level 1 for a year or 2, level 2 for a year or 2, now they're stuck, they're starting a 3rd year, level 2, that's when we say, this student, we need to look at, are there other factors? Are there other supports we can put in place? The schools are excellent at looking day to day, week to week. They use a variety of resources to look at the students' language development and content attainment, but there are some students who fossilize or get stuck at a level, and that's what we're starting to look more closely at. What are the factors? And what we're specifically doing is looking at students in that category who are starting that 3rd year at the same level, comparing that to students who have who've moved through the levels. What are the differences in what we're providing, or what are the differences in their needs? Does that answer all you? I know it's a multifaceted question.
It probably does, and so, and it's fantastic that you were able to say all that, and I guess my personal request, and I've said this, I'll say it in the context of English language arts in a few minutes, and I've said it, over the last year or so, whenever we're looking at achievement and students who are passing something and students who maybe aren't, I feel that we should start sharing so that we know, the board knows, as well as the community, if students aren't meeting some standard that we've put up there, if we know why don't we say that? I mean, everything you said could be shown graphically or in a table, or, in other words, we've got lots of additional categories of learners, some of whom there's a perfectly legitimate reason that they may not be achieving. They really just came here and they're 17 years old. And on the other hand, you just said there are some students who are getting stuck, and what are we doing for them? So personally, I'd like to know, who all are where we expect them to be given what we know about them, and who are we really aren't where they should be, and what are we doing? Every single example where we don't think they're quite where they should be, we should have a plan. That would be a nice goal. I'm not saying that we have it all, but that's how I believe we should present our data. We should tell the community not only how are we doing, but what are we doing about it. So, and Mr. Goldstein, I have a different topic. I don't know do others want to follow up on that, or should I just go on?
Nancy, you want to follow up on this live?
Okay.
Go ahead.
My other question and, or comment, request is a little bit related to slide 13, but maybe only a little. And I guess slide 13 was really about mentors. Because I did actually want to suggest, I don't know, I know we're tuning and, you know, kind of tweaking our strategic plan in some ways as we go forward, and I actually wanted to suggest a new objective category that's a little bit related to this, I guess. And it's, you know, when we did the budget, we spent a lot of time, we put a lot of effort in making sure students had a lot of opportunities. We made sure they had transportation for after school, all sorts of activities. One of the things anecdotally that I believe, you know, I've learned and observed is that for a lot of our extracurriculars, sports, theater, et cetera, doesn't necessarily have the same participation with English language learners. Seems to me, one, those would be great ways for students to socialize more, learn English, meet new mentors, get involved in their school community, et cetera, et cetera. And I wonder if, I know we have a whole child objective about students participating in extracurriculars and sports and things like that, and I wonder if we could expand that and talk about ensuring that some of our students that we categorize in other ways, including English learners, are participating in our school-based activities. Would like to suggest that as.
Yeah, and if I can just jump in and say I
Yeah.
agree, and as we know, extracurricular activities are so important for a variety of reasons, but making new friends, but also building language skills. I mean, my kids are involved in theater. I know Mr. Goldstein was at the Cappies the other night, and we heard a student talk about her experience of the extracurricular activity, and she won an award and said that this is my new family, and it was really great to hear. And it's something we've talked about, and I know when I was at Wakefield last year with a group, working with a group of students, you know, they shared their interests in the clubs, but for a lot of the students in that particular group, it was just a small group of boys saying, I have other things on my agenda that preclude me from participating. There's a lot of interest. So it's something we really need to think about. How can we get folks involved in clubs? Is it possible to do a lunchtime version of a chess club or other things? But yeah, I think that's so important to feel part of the community as a community builder, just general interest, and they're fun, and it's just a great way to know other students as well, so I agree.
Thank you for that, that set of questions. Nancy, do you have comments?
Thank you very much for the report. I think I'm going to direct my comments to Dr. Murphy. In general, when we do these reports on particular areas, I'm finding that there's not enough discussion about the students. There's a lot of stats and a lot of fancy words, but I don't see a lot about the kids. So I think we need to remember these are kids and they're not just bar graphs. And it bothers me a bit, especially on the heels in this area of a DOJ suit and the complaints that we've heard. If everything was this rosy, we wouldn't have a DOJ suit that we've had to resolve. So I'm not, I know that we like to make our graphs look good, but there are kids who aren't performing. And I think when we see kids, it compels us. So I'm just asking if we can see some kids when we do these things. So my question is, and I, again, don't know who to direct this to, the ESOL Hilt Advisory Committee. How many people are on it? And in the past, we've had our advisory committees with our staff members here presenting this information, and I'm connecting this to the fact that I had heard from that advisory committee years ago that we had a problem. And we're about to go into an evaluation time period, and I hope that that committee is actively involved in that evaluation so that they can be the canaries in the coal mine for our department, for us. And I really will be looking forward to that, because I think that is why our special education evaluation worked, is because we knew what the questions were we needed to ask. We should have known the questions we should have been asking. We've had one ESOL Hilt evaluation that I have read. We have another one coming up. So how many parents are on this committee? If they're not enough, how do we get more? And are we going to be absolutely sure that those people are involved in the evaluation? So.
Yeah, so the committee currently has 4 members, if you're referring to the ESOL Help Program evaluation, they were a part of it. So West Ed came and conducted interviews with groups of parents at elementaries, middles, and high schools, and also interviewed the ESOL HILT CAC, Systems Advisory Council.
Were there parents involved in designing the evaluation and actively involved in the work of the evaluation to make sure that it identified the issues that they were seeing in the schools?
So you mean prior to the start of the evaluation?
Yes.
I don't think so, but I'd have to go back and check. That's a good question. I'll have to check.
Okay, so I will be looking at how much that evaluation comports with what I hear from parents and what I see in the settlement that we've seen. And again, I say that that committee probably needs to be more robust if we have the number of students. And the only slide we have with the number of students on it is the first one. So again, it's hard to wrap our mind around the number of children we're talking about. I think it's something like 9,000 students
So for active English learners, we have 4,800.
total.
So total for language minority would be 9,000, but students who are currently or at one time were ESOL Help would be about 8,300.
So a third of our students are at some stage of acquiring a language or immersing themselves in a new language.
Yes.
English. So we have 9,000 children who need our support. And 4 advisory committee members. I would just urge us to try. We have, as you're saying, all these great networks, the liaisons, these very, very robust and building and strengthening parent groups at each of the schools. They're wonderful people who know exactly what they need. I get questions all the time from them about, is this a language acquisition issue or a special education issue? And if you're not bilingual and not versed in special education, it's hard to know that. And that's something the parents are trying to learn. They can give you the feedback if they feel their student is being properly served. So it is really helpful to listen to them and to have them at your side. I hope that they are meeting monthly with you, and I would urge you to grow that group because they are your canaries in the coal mine. They can tell you where the issues are. And I'm concerned about this. I'm concerned about the degree to which our central office is advised by our parents, and I'd like to see that grow. I think it will help us accelerate the work that I know you have in place to address the problems we've had. So thank you, but as Dr. Cannon says, I know that there are reasons why we aren't where we want to be, and I know that there are things you're doing, but it involves wonderful staff and wonderful parents that are more than bar graphs. So somehow that we can tell that story, and I'd love to see you next time with your advisory committees here with us, with you, helping to tell their story of how things are working and how they've interacted with you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. It was a great presentation, Sam. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. I had just a couple of questions. I don't know if the one speaker's question was answered, but about how many WIDA levels can a child be expected to progress?
Yeah, so that's the question I was trying to answer before in terms of if we look at the 5 to 7 years for a student to attain English, unless there's some kind of interruption in their schooling, so it's hard to match over a 1 through 4 system. So if a student is growing 2 levels over 3 years, that's a reasonable amount. But some students get stuck. The levels 3 and 4, we tend to have students who move very quickly through levels 1 and 2, and then levels 3 and 4 are much more rigorous, and it's a much more difficult time. And if you think of the change in language from transitions, for example, being and, but, so, to the level of nonetheless, moreover. That's the kind of jump that happens from the level 1, 2 to the 3, 4. And if you think of the intensity and the complexity of language as the students move through the levels, it's much more difficult. I think a great example is when you look at the SOL questions or an old mathematics question, if, when, then. Those are very confusing, and as the students attain language, they're able to answer questions like that more, but for some students, those are difficult concepts. So there is typically slower growth in those levels 3 and 4.
Okay, yeah, thank you. As you bring it up, I now realize I really don't know what that term nonetheless means. I know how to use it, but no idea where it came from.
Nonetheless, we're going to end this section.
Can you go to slide 11, please? And those numbers are for the current year, that enrollment in advanced courses, that's for the current, is that for the current, what year is that for?
Yeah, where's my awesome data guy, Dan? It's actually 17, 18. Okay, so last year.
Okay, but that is for one academic year?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And I think relative to what you said before about moving through levels 1 and 2 quickly, getting caught a little bit on 3 and 4, I think on the stair-step slide, we saw that not the same consistent progress in 3 and 4 that we saw later on.
Yeah.
Slide 10.
That was 10?
You want the bar where they were going up the levels?
Yeah.
Slide 10.
Yeah, can you go to 10?
And what we have to remember
Slide
is the
10.
SOL results, which are shown here in the steps, that's not all English learners. Those are just SOL assessments. So that would be, grades 3 through 8 and end of course. But we have English learners from K-12. So the number of students taking the English language proficiency assessment is much larger. As our testing office will tell you, besides SOLs, the WIDA Access for All is our second largest assessment because we have 4,800 students taking it. So what we see in math and English or reading SOL performance would not be all English learners because not all of them would take that, especially K1, 2, and then some high school students.
Okay, thanks. And so relative to what Nancy said, I mean, appreciate her comments about, that this is about students. Really, everything, we do is about students. And yeah, maybe it's a little, you kind of lose sight of that, when you look at graphs and stuff. But I think it's important to note that statistics are students. I mean, they are reflections of students and student progress and student performance. And they're a way for us to identify systemic issues and also systemic progress. So, yeah, we look at, bar graphs and pie graphs as being a little dry, but it's behind them is, really the student and the student performance. We could get a parade of students in here to talk about their experiences, but that would be only anecdotal for those students. So, and of course, this data analysis would give us insights into, where we need to go and, how much bang we're getting for our buck and things like that. And I think a lot of the rest of my questions had been asked and answered already. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you for the presentation. And now we will hear the English Language Arts Program Evaluation Report. Dr. Murphy.
I just want to thank Mr. Klein and his team for coming out this evening and providing us with that report. I'm going to turn to Dr. Natras now for the ELA, or we're going right to Lori. All right. All right, Ms. Silver, I understand you're a little bit under the weather, so we will be patient with you and hope you feel better tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy.
Okay. Hi, I'm Robin Risto, and I've been working the last 3 years with Lori Silver and her team on the evaluation process. And she's going to do the presentation, but I'm here to help with any questions.
Thank you all so much. We're very pleased to present our findings from our evaluation for our English Language Arts program. After we present, we're going to be happy to answer any questions that you may have. The evaluation process for English Language Arts began in 2016-2017 with the formation of a planning committee. The committee included stakeholders who met regularly throughout the year to develop an evaluation plan. Throughout this process, the efforts were collaborative, and for the evaluation, we included staff from teaching and learning and planning and evaluation, ELA teachers, including special education and ESOL HILT and special education, school administrators and parent representatives from our ELA committee, who are a part of the Advisory Council on Instruction. The evaluation plan shaped data collection, which was carried out over the 2017-2018 school year, and data sources were from elementary, middle, and high schools, and included surveys of students, teachers, and administrators, classroom observations, and student enrollment and assessment data. I'll now give a brief summary of the evaluation's key findings. As you can see, we aligned our findings and recommendations with the 2018 to 2024 strategic plan. And when it comes to quality of instruction and student access and participation, the evaluation found that we have high quality instruction in our ELA classrooms, and teachers are using visuals, modified time, and varying questions to differentiate instruction for their students. Observations noted best practices specific to English language arts instruction, as well as high levels of emotional support, classroom organization, and student engagement across grade levels. Elementary students told us that they are excited to read and write in class, and secondary students said that they talk about ideas from their English or reading classes outside of their classrooms. Students at all levels said that they were interested in their English or reading class, and a large majority of both teachers and students feel that the literature they read in class has diverse authors and characters and is relevant to our students' lives. We're pleased to see that when we look at enrollment of former English learners in advanced coursework, it is at rates that reflect their overall high school enrollment. As you can see here, the majority of our students are achieving at pass rates above 80% on the reading and writing SOL assessments. The gap in pass rate between English learners and non-English learners has been steadily reduced on the middle school reading SOL. More ELA students are continuing on an advanced coursework pathway, although we do see variation in performance across student groups. Curricular resources provided by the ELA office are used to varying degrees across levels, and we found that some resources are used frequently by most teachers, while others may not be used at all by large proportions of teachers. Elementary and middle school classroom teachers rate their classroom libraries highly in terms of quality and variety, while expressing concern about funding to keep them up to date. The most commonly cited source of funding for classroom libraries is personal funds, followed by school funds. Teachers have a wide variety of professional learning opportunities available to them in the area of English language arts, such as the reading and writing workshop training our office provides. And teachers are positive about the impact this professional learning has had on their practice. An area of improvement is providing a cohesive learning pathway in areas of English language arts. So now I'd like to walk you through the recommendations from our evaluation. Our first recommendation addresses the need to increase growth and leadership opportunities for our teachers. We are called upon to meet the very specific needs of schools and student populations, and we want to expand capacity to address these needs directly through multiple means. This would include offering more professional learning opportunities, supported collaborative learning teams, working with teachers through coaching cycles, and mentoring teachers new to APS with resources and curriculum. Our next steps for this recommendation include examining ELA roles and content knowledge related to preferred practice, and developing a learning plan for new hires and a focused learning plan for teachers in the area of literacy. Our second recommendation is to expand student access to reading specialists. Because we know there are student groups in need of continual and sustained reading literacy support at the high school level, we feel compelled to offer this recommendation and make this important resource available to more students. Our students are on a developmental continuums of reading, which may make accessing content difficult for them. These students may or may not be receiving special education services and may or may not be receiving HILT services. We feel the addition of this position would be beneficial to our students. Our next step for this recommendation are to examine funding and budgetary constraints for the possibility of a reading specialist at each high school site. And as part of that position, we would provide training and support as well as work with school leadership teams to meet the specific needs of schools. Our third recommendation is to manage resources to ensure there are high-quality texts within all ELA classrooms. Our next steps for this recommendation would particularly focus on classroom libraries. We want materials in classrooms to be relevant and up-to-date and be consistent across schools, and we plan to work with library services on this effort. The report findings and appendices are going to be made available on our website along with the executive summary and our one-page snapshot. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Board members, you have questions? Sorry, speakers first. You wanna, how many speakers do we have?
We have 2 speakers on this topic.
Okay, and we'll invite you back up to ask questions after the speakers.
First is Lisa Blackwell.
So I took the time to read the full report, and the questions that I have that I hope that you will be asking is, for our English learners and our students with disabilities, what are ELA's plans for more crew teaching and more professional development? And that they say the strategies currently used are visuals and modified time, and what kind of correlation do they see between that and an increase in student learning? Because again, we still have some pretty dismal 20% of kids not on grade level for reading, and that's not really acceptable to me or any other parent here in APS. And then one of the recommendations says that they want to allocate staff within budgetary constraints, and that goes back to my earlier point on budget direction. ELA shouldn't have budgetary constraints. ELA needs to have whatever they need to make our students successful in literacy. Thank you.
Thank you again, Lisa, for your comments this evening.
All right, our next speaker is Donna Owens.
In July of 2015, I was so angry about APS's reading instruction. A small group of individuals orchestrated a letter titled ELA's Instructional Bias, and we sent that to the school board. It was signed by 44 parents because APS had failed to teach our children how to read. At the time, APS was essentially attempting to teach every child how to read using the same resources, the same instructional approach, and this was unfortunately exacerbating the achievement gap. I'd like to acknowledge today that we have come so far since 2015. My anger has now been replaced with hope. The leadership of our Department of Teaching and Learning, ELA, and the ATSS department has thankfully set a new course for our ELA instruction that will hopefully infiltrate its way down to every single struggling student in APS. I am convinced that we no longer have a one-size-fits-all mentality. I know we still have a long way to go until every student achieves 1 year of reading and writing growth, but I'm so thankful that we're moving forward now. This is where the magic is going to happen. With true three-way communication and support between our central office, the teachers and building administration, and our families, coupled with absolute accountability so that a 3-month gap does not become a 2-year reading gap, I know that we're eventually going to get there. So thank you for your support as APS continues to strengthen our instruction so that all of our students can have the opportunity to thrive because they have mastered one of life's most critical skills, which is to become a proficient reader.
Donna, thank you so much for coming in this evening. That's all. Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have questions or comments for the presenters? Nancy, you want to start?
No.
Okay, Barbara?
Okay, I think you were in the room, so my first comment is the same one. If 20% of, it was slide 5, I think, you mentioned 20% of students are not passing the reading SOL. We can explain different categories within that. I think it's important for the community to understand it's not 20% of students who are not getting support, and same comment you heard me make. I think we really need to disaggregate that and understand and make sure, again, that we're showing a plan for everyone in that group. Okay, 2 questions. Actually, the speaker put it a little bit differently than I would, but I'm interested in hearing what the budget implications might be for some of these recommendations. I mean, certainly the library, but what do you have that you're going to recommend to us to add to the budget next year?
So I'll start with the classroom libraries because that's a little more concrete.
We're big fans of.
Yeah, so we have consultation with library services as well as our stakeholders, including our parents, our teachers, our school administrators, members of the Department of Teaching and Learning, and it's really determining price up front and what we need to do for individual classroom libraries as well as support grade levels in schools. So we're already starting that work at looking at how much it could potentially cost. Kindergarten classrooms should have more than 500 books in a classroom library. Honestly, we do have some classrooms that have maybe 100 good texts. So we are pretty dedicated to looking at what those budget implications were so that we can put dollar amounts to what those requests could be. It's to be determined once we start working that out, but it is costly, and it's costly in the long term. It's also costly dependent upon the school. We know it's not equal across schools, it's not equal across classrooms, it's not equal across grade level. So we're going to be working on that pretty hard this summer. We're already starting that process of looking at pricing, looking at companies, looking at need in conjunction with each other. In terms of adding a reading specialist at each high school, that's not something that we take lightly, and it's not something that is taken lightly from a finance standpoint, especially when you have a $42 million shortfall and you're looking at budget and you're looking at staffing. That's something that we would have to continue to talk to our stakeholders about, including Department of Teaching and Learning, our finance department, our principals, because you don't want it to be a situation where you take one for another. No one teacher should be more important than another teacher. But we have to have those conversations to see what it would cost to add a highly qualified staff member. So again, that's to be determined. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess I'll just ask Dr. Murphy, I assume you're anticipating some recommendations to be coming to be added to the budget? Okay, all right, we're excited about that.
Thank you.
And then my other question is, I didn't see anything in your, the recommendations or plans regarding technology, and I'm just curious how that is playing in. We are big fans of books. We know that books are important. And so from your perspective, how do you see any of this leading to how we're using technology in our schools?
That's a really great question, and you're absolutely right. There's an absence of that discussion. We tend to get very paper-pencil oriented when we talk about English language arts, but we do a lot of consultation with our other office as well. Not that personalized learning is all technology, but we do consult with that office. We do look at the accessibility of books to our students, whether they're digital or paper. We look at accessibility of languages to our students. That's just an example of textbooks, but we also look at how that influences the way that students communicate, the way that they conduct research, the way that they write, the way that they read. We have those components are more highly embedded into our curriculum documents, and we're improving on them all the time so that when teachers want to look at a technology component, the resources are living right there. For example, we have No Red Ink, which is a popular grammar software program that our students use in middle and high school. And so we look at the ways that that's utilized as a format for teaching students grammar skills and strategies. And so we just want to make sure that, one, it's funded, that it's usable, that our students appreciate it and enjoy it. When I visit classrooms, I ask students, like, what are you learning about? What are you doing on your iPad right now? How's that contributing to your learning? So I completely agree. It's not really explicit here, but we are trying to embed that in the work that we do and make it explicit to teachers. Does that help? Yeah.
Thank you. You ready to go?
Yeah. So I have a question. Trying to decide if I want to give you my compliment now or end with it. When I ask you the questions, and I'll give you the dessert later. Early screeners. You've talked a lot about that, and I'm hoping that that can help us, because when I look at the 80%, I do the flip, which is 20%, which is 5,600 students. There are 5,600 students who are not passing the reading and writing SOL, and those are our kids. And those are the kids who our parents are struggling with and our families. And I know you're keenly aware of that, so it's not a lecture. I know you're aware of that, and I know you're working on it. And I also know that that whole issue of early screeners would be a way to get at that a whole lot faster. So how are you doing on that? And how are you doing on that? And then I know you need perhaps some support from the state. So later in the year, we'll be doing legislative priorities, and I know that there was a bunch of people lobbied on that last year, and I wondered if that's something you'd like to leave with us to consider, or something we could talk about later. But I'm sort of excited that I know you're piloting something with an early screener, because if we know that if we catch these kids really early, like I was so lucky to have happen with my own daughter in kindergarten, it does the trick in this area. So tell me what you're doing with early screeners.
Actually, we're really excited. Thank you for asking that question, because there's been a lot of movement thanks to our APS advocates and parents in the state and involving the Virginia Department of Education. In looking at our PAL screener that we currently have, I would say we're sharing dissatisfaction with that as a screener across the state. And so we have a lot of conversations with our Virginia DOE supervisor, who is wonderful, but she's been calling in several of us, Dr. Krug as well as myself, to attend meetings in Richmond to talk about PALS and how it may not be serving our needs, particularly with what we might call a false positive, or a ceiling that we don't think is completely accurate with determining where students may have reading difficulties and issues, as well as determining that soon enough. So we have been invited to go to meetings in Richmond to talk about that with the state. The state is looking at other options, whether or not they would remain with PALS or not as a screener. Within the Department of Teaching and Learning, we're also working together in a literacy academy where 19 members of the Department of Teaching and Learning are learning about deep reading and how to teach struggling and striving students together and how to identify that early. Through our consultants and our work with that, we've identified other screeners that we really like that will catch students maybe earlier than we are even with PALS. So we're starting that process of having conversations about how, when, and where to implement that with our students. Dr. Krug and I work very closely together also on our RAN-RAS screener, which is rapid automatic naming that was recommended in the dyslexia consultative report that we received. And that has been really eye-opening to use that screener parallel with PALS to see where PALS may not be catching students, but the RAN-RAS screener is, and then determining our next steps for early and quick, efficient intervention for our students. So it continues to be a work in process. We're also watching that legislative movement happen, and we're anxious but also excited to see what happens next, because we do feel like the state is listening, that there's more that needs to be done to identify students earlier, but also guide teachers to next steps of, now that you have the data, what will you do next, and for teachers to be highly qualified with that.
Thank you. That's great. If there's any way that you would like us to consider being helpful, please ask us. Let us know, because I, for one, would like to be helpful with that, because I think getting that state support would be helpful in terms of helping develop tools for you to use, because I know you're on the right path. So, thank you for that. So, and Dr. Cannon asked the question about the reading specialists at high school. That will be a budget request, and I understand it's needed. I hear the stories about kids who don't have that support, and it's hard to believe they get that far, but they still need it. Materials. I remember when Dr. Vilan Sanchez and I used to always talk about the dearth of materials for special education students in the area of ELA, as well as second language learners. And I remember a very long board meeting when we were sort of pulling our hair out about not finding materials. How are you doing on that? And I'm sure it's a mix of digital and book, but I remember at Jefferson, one of my jobs as a volunteer was Xeroxing material for a resource room, and that was all they had. Are we in a better place?
I definitely feel like we are. We get so much support from Dr. Murphy and Dr. Natras, as well as other departments. We talk about how to spend wisely, taking that very seriously, but also we talk about what our needs are together. I consult with Sam every day on what our students can need and how we can pull resources, but also work smarter and not harder. If it's one good resource for literacy, it should be good for any student at any time. When we're looking at very specialized things, we're doing great. Thank you for asking. We appreciate that.
So you have what you need?
Yes, ma'am.
We feel like the kids have materials. There's not parents Xeroxing still.
We're still working on that. Anytime we get a teacher request or a school request, or it's always dependent upon where you're feeling with your budget throughout the year. We do want to spend really smart, and we do want to make sure that we vet materials. I think sometimes that can be frustrating for our stakeholders, but we really want to make sure that we purchase wisely whenever we purchase things. But I don't know that I've had a request not go unanswered or had received really immediate help for that. Classroom libraries is our concern. That is costly in the long run, so ask me again this time next year, because I'll have some more definitive answers about that, but thank you.
All right, well, I'm just going to give my compliment now. I really didn't have any questions about this report, other ways in which we could continue to help you. I've been working on this issue since 2004. That's 15 years. And I just cannot express my gratitude to Dr. Natras enough for coming here in 2016, committing to a big swing, taking that big swing, and seeing the movement that we've seen. I know we don't see it all in the scores, but I know, listening to the families and the parents, and knowing, watching what's happening, watching which areas you're pushing, that you are going to start to really hit the needle and make it move. And whatever we can do to help you, you are on the right path. And I'm just so grateful for that. There's so many people and so many families that we're helping, and the sooner we can do that, we'll save money on the other end by doing it as early as possible. But I just am extremely grateful. I see you've got advisory committee members here. We hear from them on a regular basis. That partnership you have with them is phenomenal. And, you know, they're the canaries in the coal mine. So you have an amazing team. And the evaluation, to me, substantiates that. And I hear that at home, hearing all the things I hear about kids liking to read. That is a direct counter to the Your Voices Heard study we had, which the evaluation that said the kids weren't challenged. The kids are challenged. When you talk to them specifically about the books they're reading, they love them and they're challenged. So I really want to say thank you, and thank you for, I'm glad that I haven't wasted my time. So I'm really impressed, and I'm really grateful. Thank you. Keep going. Tell us if you need help.
Thank you.
Got some
Thank you.
cheerleaders
We will.
here.
Okay, thank you. So this is actually the slide that I'm interested in getting a little bit more info on. So let me start at the top. 80% of students pass the reading and writing SOL exams, and is that at all levels?
No, it fluctuates depending upon the grade level, and it also fluctuates depending upon the group of students that you would look at specifically. So that's overall is an 80% pass rate, but if you go into the deeper into the evaluation, like we have it broken out pretty in a pretty detailed way. But when we talk about overall scores, that's 80%.
Okay, and we're seeing the second independent clause there, the reduced gap. How does that relate to the overall, the over 80%, you know, the first clause? Or is that really just should be another bullet? I mean, is it related or not related?
It's related in talking about the SOL. Oh, sorry. It's related in talking about the SOLs, but why we wanted to include it was because...
Pull the microphone in a little bit.
Sorry, I'm so short.
Yeah, thank you.
It's related to the SOLs, that's why it's in that bullet point. But it's specific to middle school English learners. So it's like an additional detail that we were happy to see. That's why we included it.
The gap is getting smaller there at middle school.
In that specific, yeah.
Between the English and the non-English learners, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and do we have an idea why? Why that gap, why middle school?
We consider this quite a bit. I think, first of all, middle school teachers, we have such a great, talented group of our middle school teachers across all of our middle schools, and they understand really well what it takes to get students who are learning to read, who are then transitioning to reading to learn at the same time, and they take that work pretty seriously. So they begin middle school with a transition plan for all their students. They look at the 5th grade data and history on their students and start that work over the summer. It's a very deliberately planned. Students from 6th to 8th grade, they go in with field vision, not just one grade, but across the student's academic career in middle school. And I think that the way that they treat the difference between English coursework and reading and supporting students with the strategies they need maybe in other content areas, I think it really pays off at that level. I see a lot of magic happening there with our teachers, and we'll be excited to see how that continues to grow. Our middle school teachers also just did an exceptional job of writing our APS curriculum to match the Virginia Standards of Learning for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and they have put so much work in making sure that teachers have a place to go. Not just for materials, but for strategies and to do really engaging work with their students. So I credit the hard work of our teachers and really knowing their students at those levels.
Okay, thank you. The third bullet there, the changes in state testing requirements, I think you know, people who've been following this, you know, for a while realize that when the test changes, you know, you always see the scores going down for a bit until curricula, students, teachers kind of learn the new test and, you know, what's expected, and then they go up again. So are we seeing changes in the state testing requirements? Are there changes in the state tests recently or coming up?
That specifically was the 17-18 year, the last year that we looked at in the 5-year data set. And what it's talking about is that they got rid of the VGLA, and so then everybody had to take the SOLs. So specifically the group of English learners, was a larger group of them was taking the SOLs, and so there was a dip in the scores.
In 17 and 18?
17-18.
School year 17-18. Yeah. Okay. And we've not yet seen the results of this year's.
No,
Yeah,
I haven't seen that
okay.
data yet.
Okay. So is it fair to expect that we would be seeing an uptick then?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And the resources part, curricular resources that vary and that the teachers are rating classroom libraries highly. I was in one of our elementary schools a little while back, and they were having a book fair, and they had taken pains to make sure that the books offered were culturally relevant and appropriate and varied. And apparently there's, I don't know, book sellers or book companies or, you know, that you find those books so that there is a theme or a subject in every book that reflects, you know, every one of the students in the building, linguistically, socioeconomically, racially, religious, whatever. How are we doing with that in, you know, relative to your student success here and the resources? Are we growing those libraries like that?
Absolutely. I think that goes back to, again, to the talent of our teachers, but also our shared human and social capital with that, where we have a lot of conversations. I mean, I meet with Jeff Luttrell almost every day to talk about that and how we can expand our teachers' capacity and being able to recognize their students in the text that they're choosing. One of our really talented teachers today, I won't mention her because it'll embarrass her, but she might be watching. She spent a lot of time putting a book list together for me today and really taking the time to look at the characters, looking at the author, looking at the story and the text that's involved, and making sure that students are represented in all of those choices that we make. So teachers are diving down in a really thoughtful way to examine the text that we're purchasing and to make sure that they are relevant and enjoyable to our students at all grade levels. So they're doing well with that, but we're always trying to build that capacity of that understanding, what that takes.
And I know this is a difficult question to ask, but is there a way to assess the effect of, you know, a more culturally relevant, appropriate library on student, I don't want to limit it to just performance, but student well-being?
One thing that really struck us coming out of this program evaluation were the types of questions that we asked our kids about how they feel about school, how they feel about literacy, how they feel about the books that they're reading. And we feel that that's important to keep assessing with our students and to get that feedback back from our teachers as well. So I think qualitatively you can make those judgments, or you can have students tell you, you know, I really like that book. You all need to buy that book. Or having those conversations with our librarians who are really in touch with what our kids are reading and say, okay, you know, do our kids enjoy what they're reading? Are they developing as literate learners? And having those touchbacks continually to say, okay, we know if kids are reading, they're going to be better readers. How do we need to expand that all the time? So it's keeping that conversation alive at all times. But we enjoyed the process of hearing what our kids have to say, and I can see us engaging in that more to get that feedback directly from our students.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Is that it for questions? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. Lori, Robin, thank you very much. And we're on a new page here. And we're now at information items, and we have 7 information items this evening. And first, we will hear the proposed Washington Lee renaming costs. Dr. Murphy, would you like to introduce that?
Yes. Mr. Goldstein, in the interest of just the organization of the meeting, the rest of the meeting, what we'd like to try and do is, with these information items, I think we've got them grouped by staff. So, Ms. Peterson, I believe you have the first 2 items. Then I believe the following items are Dr. Natras's with 2 policies. And then the last 3 items in this section are Mr. Chadwick's. So we can sort of expedite this. We'll do them individually, but we can move through them at a little bit swifter pace. So, Ms. Peterson, I will turn to you for the first one, and then you've got the second one on the solar PPA.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I'm here this evening to present the Washington Lee renaming costs item. For some background, earlier this year, on January 10th, the school board voted to rename Washington Lee High School Washington Liberty High School. As a result, as you might expect, we need to change a lot of the signage around the school, as well as a number of items that the students use that have the Washington Lee name on it currently. So signage, which we have labeled hard costs, and then another category called soft costs for things like uniforms, athletic equipment that has the name on it, music stands that typically show the name, those kinds of things. Working with the school and facilities, we have come up with an estimate for those costs. For the hard costs, the signage, et cetera, about $78,000, $79,000. For the soft costs, which are the things that the students use and the teachers use, about $146,000 for a total of about $224,000. We are recommending that $224,360 cost be approved by the school board and that the funds be taken from the future budget year's reserve, which are one-time funds that can be used for one-time costs, which is what these are. This will be coming back as an action item at the June 6th meeting next week.
Okay, thank you. Are there speakers? I remember
Yes,
this
sir.
time.
We have 2 speakers. First, we have Susan Cox.
Thank you for waiting, Ms. Cox.
Good evening.
Until
Thank you. I didn't
our,
realize I was doing accountability instead of, but it pertains to the name. Okay, just some questions and comments. Why proceed with the implementation of a costly name change with serious budget issues and deficits and lawsuits pending and potentially more lawsuits on the way? Where is the foresight? Why have committees if you disregard their findings? Why is it you desire to change policies which will result in less transparency? Are you aware that First Amendment rights have been stifled in public renaming meetings and intimidation tactics were used against the community that resulted in more cost? In light of the settlement agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice in order to avoid litigation, and in light of the Virginia statutes regarding monuments and memorials, and a recent ruling by a judge in Charlottesville, Virginia, on the same subject, it would be wise to immediately stop the process of renaming of Washington Lee High School, especially since policies in the process were violated. When someone knows it is illegal and they do it anyway, a vote is considered null and void. The Dillon rules. To essentially quote a local article, will you follow the rules or be hauled before a federal judge? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Cox.
Okay, our next speaker is Dean Fleming.
Wasting money when you don't have it to spend and for something the community has overwhelmingly told you they do not want to do is wrong. Still, you press on. We come to you officially this evening as members of the Washington Lee Alumni Association to announce that because of your insistence to continue the renaming process, the Alumni Association has recently voted to file suit against the APS School Board. We take no pleasure in doing so. However, we are steadfast in our resolve. We take this unpleasant step as part of our organization's ongoing efforts to protect and preserve the name of our school against the willful and malicious efforts to rename it. Preventing the expense of funds is part of this effort. W&L is a school whose very name was drawn from a connection to W&L University as a means not only to honor and memorialize these great leaders, but as a means to help heal the wounds opened by a horrible war fought over an unholy issue, slavery. We should all be very thankful the right side won and the demise of the abominable institution of slavery was thus hastened along. We should never forget, nor should we ever stop fighting racism and bigotry at every turn. But changing the name of a school known for being a leader in this regard is not the way to do it. The Civil War ripped the fabric of our entire nation apart. The renaming of W&L has done the same thing to our community. The naming of W&L meant the blending of blue and gray, an act of unity for all people. This is the history of W&L. Still, you press on. Despite the fact that the community overwhelmingly voiced their opinion to retain the name at approximately 85%, despite the fact influential African-American leaders in the community, friends of mine, like Scott Taylor and Carmela Ham, have spoken and written regarding their desire to retain the name, despite the fact Craig Syfax, whose family this very building is named after, was quoted in Arlington magazine that he wanted to retain the name.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. Thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your thoughts with us. That's it? Okay, thank you. Leslie, you're back. Board members, do you have questions, comments on the presentation? I have one question. How much is in the future budget years reserve now?
I should have known you were going to ask me that question. It's somewhere around $11.5 million, I believe.
$11.5 million. Okay. And this is about $225,000.
Correct.
Okay, and this will come back to us for action at the next board meeting, which will be a week from tonight.
That is correct.
Okay. No questions? Okay, thank you very much. And you're
I'm up
on for the
next.
next presentation.
Very long title. This is about our solar PPA and a request to delegate the authority to the superintendent to approve lease assignments. And let me give you some background on this. In December, the school board awarded a contract to SunTribe Solar to provide solar power rooftop systems at 5 locations across the district. APS entered into a lease for each one of those locations. And if you recall, there was a signing in the middle of the school board room where Mr. Goldstein signed each of the leases. We received a court request from SunTribe Solar to assign those leases to a special purpose entity created by SunTribe Solar specifically for these projects. So it's APS Solar One LLC. We knew this was going to happen because there was language in the contracts that permitted the assignment of the leases. These requests are very normal within this industry. And the purpose of this has been for SunTribe Solar, under the auspices of APS Solar One, to take advantage of the tax credit through the tax equity in the project. And this is the way that SunTribe Solar gets the reimbursement for their putting out the cost of this project to us. SunTribe Solar will remain the sole manager of the APS Solar One and still remains bound by all of the terms and conditions to perform in the event of any non-performance by APS Solar One, which we don't foresee. The school board attorney was consulted throughout this process, and so we are recommending that the school board authorize the superintendent to, 1, execute the proposed assignment of the leases to APS Solar One LLC, and any future assignment of leases to APS Solar One LLC or a related entity. And 2, to execute any supporting document necessary to effectuate the leases of a non-material or ministerial nature. Very legalese, that was from our attorney. This just means that for this purpose, you are delegating the authority to the superintendent for the assignment. Any future leases would be signed by the school board. This is just for this particular assignment from SunTribe Solar to APS Solar One. So hopefully I was able to explain something that's not very clear. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We'll hear from speakers first, and then happy to ask questions. No speakers. Okay, now we're happy to ask questions. You have questions you're happy to ask? Okay.
I'd just like to confirm, APS Solar One is the entity then that is going to do all 5
Yes.
of our schools?
Yes.
So there's just going to be one new entity, and we're essentially authorizing the superintendent to sign the agreements with that
Correct. Correct.
party, and there is no budget implication. We've already approved the funds. If there were anything additional that,
There were no funds.
there are no funds.
That
because
is
it's-
the whole
yeah.
reason for doing
Sorry.
this. So they can take advantage of that tax credit because we're not paying them anything. This is the whole,
Yeah, I was gonna say, right, if there
Right.
were budget implications, that would come to us. But you're
Correct.
right, the whole point of this is that,
Right.
that we don't
right.
pay.
There are no
so
budget implications of this.
This is
to
just
us.
making it happen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy, do you have a question? Okay. So I know this is off topic, but can anybody offer an opinion on whether we're going to continue this leasing agreement in additional school buildings?
I believe that the plan is to expand our solar PPA, and I will pass that to Mr. Chadwick.
The answer is yes, and I would also like to thank Ms. Peterson for explaining that, because I'm very glad that I didn't have to.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sure I'll get the details on what schools and when and the timeline and stuff like that
and
later.
we would,
Okay.
we would award a separate contract for those other schools at that time, so you would be informed and approve that contract, and then sign the leases, and then I'm sure that there would be another assignment once we did that.
Right, understood. But the plan is to go beyond 5 schools. and-
Absolutely.
Yeah, good, very good. Thank you. That's it for my questions.
All right, this will come back for action at next week's meeting on June 6th.
The 6th. Thank you. And next, we'll hear the proposed revisions to School Board Policy E-7.1.1, use of copyrighted resources. Dr. Murphy?
Good evening. So I was tasked with revising the E-7.1.1 copyrighted materials policy, and there weren't a ton of changes. The last time I was looked at was 2007. As the slide shows, there were really 3 general changes we made. So we added explicit language to address digital content, not just print resources. So we're making sure we're following copyright laws with that. We also updated the responsible offices to match the current job titles with the restructuring of the Department of Teaching and Learning. They previously said Department of Instruction. And the last thing we did was add a reference to the U.S. Copyright Code and law. So those are the biggest changes we made. What questions can I answer?
We'll get speakers first. Speakers? No speakers. Okay, we'll ask questions then. Nancy, do you have questions? I don't think Barbara's got questions, and I don't have questions. So we'll be seeing this for action next board meeting?
I believe that is correct.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. And are you, no, Tara's up for
This
the next.
shifts just in Department of Teaching and Learning, so Tara is up. Or
All right, so
Dr.
this one
Natras.
is the proposed revision of 3 school board policies related to teaching and learning. This is F4.
Correct. And we brought this forward maybe 2 months ago as an information item, and then after the conversation took it back and made a couple of changes. One that is fairly significant in that we have taken the promotion, retention, and graduation policies and put them together. They were previously 3 separate policies. There's a lot of interrelatedness, so they are now one policy. We also, from that information item last time, this was the one that had world geography listed in 8th grade. So we changed that to social studies so that as courses change over time, we're not lumped into a course. That was the only content area where there was a course included. And then we removed language specific to an individual school or program. And we also updated our language related to all of the organizational structure changes. So you'll see things now listing the Department of Teaching and Learning within the policy as well as the PIP. And so we are proposing through this that we have the graduation policy and that we delete the promotion and retention policies. All of that language has been moved in, however. I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Speakers? No speakers. Okay, board members, do you have questions, comments on this? This is coming back for action
Next meeting.
next week, the
It
6th?
is, yes. Yep.
Okay. Barbara? No, Nancy? Yes.
I don't have any questions. I just want to note that because we have the policy subcommittee that Dr. Cannon and I sit on together with Tanya Talento, we see these, we work extensively with Dr. Natras in this area, and we went through this several times. So it's not that we're not attending. We've spent a lot of time and attention on this. So by the time it gets here, we've had it's been seen. So I just want to thank you, because that was a lot of work to put it together, and I was just looking at the policy. It's so clean and so easy to understand, and that's, I think, something we're always striving for, is that families can really understand. I know that there may be tweaks to these going forward, but I just wanted to explain that, Mr. Goldstein, that we're attentive, but just not always right here. And those meetings, by the way, are open to the public.
Thank you for that, the background and that clarification. Thank you for the presentation. We'll see this for action on the 6th. And moving on to the proposed contract award for Arlington Tech Summer 2019 construction. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, I'm going to turn to Mr. Chadwick, and he has the following items. Also, Westover Library, new elementary school at Reed, and the First Amendment deed to the lease for the Westover. But we'll start with Arlington Tech Summer 2019 construction.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Good evening. We, as you know, there are two FY 2019-2028 CIP projects. There are two projects at the Career Center in the most recent CIP. One is for 250 seats or more to complete, capacity for Arlington Tech at the Career Center up to 600 seats, and the other one is for the 800-seat addition that will be completed in 2023. We will begin, as we've already said once this evening, the BLPC process for the Career Center expansion, which will include consideration, of course, of Arlington Tech in September. We have done some modifications already, as you know, to accommodate growing enrollment at Arlington Tech. We did construction during the summers of 2017 and 2018 to prepare for the following years. And this summer, we plan to do more work. The most important piece of work is renovating the kitchen to provide full-service model comparable to other high schools. That has not been the case at the Career Center before. We will be installing 8 relocatable classrooms in the parking lot, and we will be leasing some off-site parking spaces to replace the parking spaces that are lost to the relocatable classrooms. Our staff submitted an invitation to bid to hire a general contractor for the summer renovations following procurement procedures. We did not receive any bids, which I suspect is an indication of how heated the construction market is. So in order to get the work done in time, we had to go to another approach, and that was to utilize existing term contracts, or which we call JOC contracts, to making any required adjustments in scope in order to meet budget and contract limit requirements on those. So we are currently in negotiations on final construction contract award. And due to time constraints, we're asking you to approve amounts that will be negotiated below with these contractors so that we can proceed. So that will be award of two construction companies with amounts not each exceeding $500,000 each, which is the maximum allowed by procurement, and the total not exceeding $1 million. This explains where we are with funding approved for the project with the work included this summer. So you will see that the total project costs for the work that we're expecting to do this summer are just under $2 million at $1,935,000. And then you will see that once we've taken off the money we've spent of that $18.75 million in the column on the right, that there's just over $13 million remaining in that for future renovations and additions to create capacity for Arlington Tech. And the recommendation are that staff is authorized toward multiple tasks to two construction companies with an amount not to each company not to exceed $500,000, and to approve the project budget that was shown on the previous slide.
Thank you. Are there speakers?
We have one speaker, Matthew Emery.
Hello. As acting chair of the Arlington Tech Advisory Committee, our PTSA at Arlington Tech, thank you in advance to the board, to Dr. Murphy, and especially to John Chadwick and his team at APS Facilities for partnering in having the Arlington Tech expansion and Arlington Career Center expansion moving forward be exemplary. And there's great benefit that'll come for our current students and our future students in bringing care, wise forethought, and ongoing transparency and feedback between APS and the students and parents. For the summer 2019 construction project, installing the 8-class relocatable, we're asking that we please ensure that John Chadwick and his team have sufficient budget for key safety adjustments to the parking lot traffic flow. So signage and painting. It's not, there isn't plowing things, but and so if it isn't included in the existing budget, we ask that whatever that needs to be allocated for that is apportioned. Those are critical. And on behalf of our parents and our students, we thank you in advance that our students going to and from English class and CTE classes don't have to dodge Ubers, taxis, and parent and student cars in doing these modest traffic flow changes. So and if the letter that was submitted to the board requesting some additional budget, even if all of that request went to just making these traffic flow changes, the parent community would be happy with that, and we can take care of beautification things in the fall. If there can be some very basic beautifications, like a few trees and the existing planters that are in front of the school, and cleaning the relocatables, and we're happy to help in doing that, we would welcome that, but the primary priority is safety of our students, and we really appreciate the transparency from John Chadwick and his team and the partnership with APS. And thank you for building this awesome school.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in this evening, Matthew. That's it on the speakers? Okay. All right, questions, board members? Nancy?
Okay. Where is the money coming from?
It's coming from the $18.75 million.
How much?
$18.75 million total funds that were set aside for or approved for Arlington Tech at the Career Center in the last CIP and the one before that. The relocatable classrooms are not being funded out of that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
So the relocatable classrooms are being funded out of the funds that we have for putting relocatable classrooms in during the summer.
Is this kitchen going to also serve the students in the 800-seat addition?
It will serve the students in the building now. The equipment can be reinstalled. I doubt that the kitchen will be large enough for the 800-seat edition. We will figure that out as we proceed through the next stage.
So in this instance, we are willing to spend the money in advance of the 800-seat edition with the possibility that we'll have to adjust what we do because we need a kitchen, but we aren't willing to spend the money in advance to do an addition for student seats because we might be able to. It's 10:30. This is a sore point for me.
I understand.
Because we're moving on building a kitchen.
So that's why we have made sure that the equipment that's being purchased can be relocated. So maybe we will lose the cost of it doing the installation, but the equipment will be reused. And I think the other point is it will be a service that is very much needed by current students at the Career Center, particularly as we get more there, because they've only been having, cold lunches and less choice of food than in the other schools, elementary or high.
Well, my guess is they would prefer to have classrooms, but what I'm getting at is we're allocating this kitchen equipment and this kitchen to the $18.75 million for Arlington Tech. And in all likelihood, it is also going to benefit the larger project of $182 million.
I think as we move forward, we need to be making sure that we are satisfying both. We create adaptable, agile, flexible spaces in our schools. If we will not get the greatest utility out of the building unless we design the spaces to the greatest extent possible so that they can be used by any program within the Career Center.
So this adding a kitchen for close to $2 million was a higher priority than putting classrooms on the third floor.
The classrooms could not be put on the third floor for anywhere near the amount that we're spending this summer. It would be a great deal more. And the reason for that is it's a much bigger project. And in order to get there, we need to build new fire stairs, new elevators, and do a whole enclosure. So this is something that we could do now, which would benefit the whole school. It was something that the school very much asked for. The principal and assistant principal and staff were very anxious to have a full-service kitchen, as was our food services director.
Are we going to have enough money to expand? We will now then be down to $13 million out of the $18.75 that we allocated several years ago.
I suspect that we will see that the project will be reformulated as we move through the BLPC and CIP process.
And every year we delay, the price goes up for any construction that we do.
Ms. Van Dorn, we cannot put an addition on the roof for the funds that we have available. We cannot put it on the roof quickly enough, and it has to be considered as a part of the overall project so that we do make sure that we aren't spending funds that we regret. The amount that will be spent on that roof addition is a great deal more than a kitchen. And the kitchen is being expanded a little bit, and it is having some equipment added. I think that I believe we have our priorities right in this case.
Okay, Dr. Murphy, as you know, I'm not thrilled with the fact that we put off the expansion for Arlington Tech because I think we needed those seats. I think it's impacting the amount of opportunities and options for the kids in Arlington Tech, and I think is going to continue to put a crunch on our CTE seats. I'm dismayed by this because I think we're spending money in one area that's easy, and I think we'll end up using this for the other seats, and it confuses me. I'm generally very unhappy about this, and I just have to put that on the table. I don't know if I'm going to be able to support this. I think it's piecemealing something that in the end will leave us without the funds we need to properly serve the students in the program, and I'm very, very concerned about that. So to keep that out there, I just think we've piecemealed this project, and I'm also concerned that we're using contractors that we heard we were trying to veer towards other contractors. So I'll leave it at that right now, but I'm very disappointed in this.
Barbara?
Yeah. Okay, 3 questions. So first, the numbers are not making sense to me. This is a $1.9 million project, and on the previous slide, you talked about 2 contractors being allocated $500,000 each.
Yes, some of the items we're purchasing directly.
I'm sorry?
Some of the items are being purchased directly. So the construction is the actual construction work. We're buying the kitchen equipment and other pieces independently.
Oh, we don't, okay.
And there are soft costs as well.
Still $1 million, still a little more than 2 times 500,000, but you're basically saying you're trying to cover that 1,075,000 with with these
We were left
2.
in a very difficult position with no bidders, so we had to figure out a way to make this work that would comply with the procurement rules.
Okay, and so following up, kind of moving from there, so we have $13 million left in this budget, $185 million in our 800 seats budget.
Of which I think 5.9 was approved. So 5.9 is actually in, Ms. Peterson could correct me, but 5.9 is what was actually approved. The rest is in future CIPs. 5.9 million of the
185 million is
184.
in our approved CIP.
It is, but you've given, the voters have only voted on the authority to sell 5.9. I'm sorry.
Got it. Well, yeah, it was not part of the recent vote on the school bond,
Right.
but our
That's what I was trying to say,
CIP,
yes.
and when our BLPC comes together in the fall, they will be presented with this as the budget for the project. As they look to design the project, that's the budget for the project.
They don't design the project. They work with the team to design the project.
Thank you. But my question then becomes, and again, I know we sort of asked the same question multiple times, and we're just waiting we're going to keep asking, I guess, until we know that there's a plan that's going to work for this school. That $185 million is intended for the 800 seats to open in 2025 originally it was a field and a parking lot in 2023. That may or may not be something that, we might see differently, but I just want to get, again, to the summer of 2020, summer of 2021, summer of 2022. And I think, Mr. Chadwick, you're expecting to talk to the BLPC about the annual plan as well. There's going to be continued development of projects.
That will be a marginal part of what they do. Concept design, we would be looking at the big moves, how we do this, and then in schematic design and how it fits within that. But we'll have a pretty clear idea where the additions are going and how we can how we can work through renovation, more major renovations within the existing building that comply with the overall design.
And what I'm not clear on, based on the answers you just gave to Ms. Van Doren, is the third floor idea something that could happen to help expand Arlington Tech and the Career Center before 2025?
I believe so.
So that is
but
something.
Then, so what will happen is that will come out of the BLPC process. We're scheduled to bring a recommendation from the BLPC and the PFRC, for that matter, to you in March of 2020, with costs, with estimates, probably with some phasing adjustments. You will be making, at that point, you will be making some sort of a decision about the parking garage and whether that will be built or whether it will not be built, how we were going to handle the parking needs without creating impositions on the neighborhood, which are unacceptable. So all of those things will be worked out at that point, and then they have to go through the CIP process of matching funds and years and the time when it's going to be completed and how long it takes.
So we will get from the BLPC in March of 2020 that we can build into our CIP. We'll get a concept design, but also thoughts and recommendations about those later summer projects.
Yes.
One of which might be a third floor pop-up.
Yes, that won't be done in the summer.
What are you going to tell them about what the budget would be for that potential project? Is it 13 million, or is it for them to?
The budget,
yeah.
they don't decide on the budget. Staff is responsible for that, we do.
Yeah.
So what we will do as we go through this, as you know, you look at different options. Architects are very creative, and this is a very challenging, but at the same time, huge opportunities at the Career Center. So we will be presented with a whole lot of ideas as they begin to formulate, and we work through the process. Before we approve or we bring the concept design to you, we have prices and cost estimates for all of those components. We don't just have cost estimates from the architect's estimator on their team, we have them from the construction manager at risk as well, and we make them reconciled, or give them as a range.
I'm not talking about the concept design, though. I'm asking about the third floor pop-up.
That will be, I imagine that will be part of what is looked at, and we will know what that would cost, and then that will be what you will be asked to evaluate.
You will cost it out, and that's what you will bring us.
Yes.
So it's not going to be constrained by this 13 million. You're basically going to
We're going to see what it is.
cost it out and then bring us a sequence of projects in our CIP.
Correct.
Or in your proposal.
And
Okay.
as you know, projects that haven't actually been started, there are often changes that are made as we proceed from one CIP to the next, because there are different opportunities, we've thought about things differently, and I expect that could well happen this time too.
Okay, and I think, I'm glad we clarified this, and I know that we're going to be looking at our charge to the BLPC soon, and I think I want to make sure that this is all clear in that charge. It might be in the draft, but
I believe it is.
Okay.
I believe it is.
But I think I understand your plans a little better, and
It has been, I have written the charge myself with a lot of review from other people, and I have tried to make all of those issues clear, because I think they absolutely have to be, or it will be very hard for the BLPC and the PFRC to do their work.
yeah, okay. I think that's getting there. So my last question then is, and getting to the speaker's point, thank you for staying late, Mr. Emery, and for your work with the Arlington Tech Parent Advisory Group. On the relocatables, a number of years ago, when the Williamsburg community knew they were facing, a lot of relocatables on their campus, and the Swanson community, I think we found a good solution was to develop a parent committee who worked with the principal, and I think you guys, and met and kind of made sure that everyone was in sync and that you knew the community's concerns.
So, yeah, I will have to say that right now, they have to go where they're going to go, because otherwise we won't get them there. We've already had to apply for permits. We've already had to contact utility companies to make sure that we get the utility connections. So I have met with Mr. Emery and Principal Chung. earlier this week, and we've talked about how things may be done to make them look nicer afterwards. We've explained that design and construction and maintenance services have a huge amount of work to do this summer, and that if we're going to do more work afterwards, which is not costing amount of money and which the HAC will help with, we would really like to wait until after they're in and we get the kids in school and we get the other buildings opened. We've also met and discussed some traffic revisions. Kristen Haldeman has been involved in that too, so that we can make it safer and we can separate the traffic better. And those are very low cost. We're actually going to put some arrows around that circle to say that you're supposed to drive around it like a traffic circle.
Excellent.
Yes.
And I think I heard Mr. Emery say that that's where this is headed for this fall. Agreements, you all are coming to agreement and it's all working out.
I think we're in
But
sync, yes.
I guess I also just want to suggest that, again, we're talking about summer 2020, continued projects, potentially more relocatables, and that you kind of see this as
Yes.
an advisory committee situation, meeting, commit to
Well,
continuing to have the conversation.
Yes. Yes, we will and we
With
do.
next
And,
year and
and I
such.
will say there was a lot of discussion about where the relocatables would go, and it's only in the last couple of weeks where we've known exactly where they would go.
Right, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Relative to Matt Emery's question, where are the costs for the safety and the signage and the relocatable relocation?
They're in the owner's soft costs. And no, the relocatables are in the relocatable budget. So they're not coming from anything to do with Arlington Tech or Arlington Tech expansion. They can't come from bond sales anyway because it's temporary construction. And so within those soft costs, we will pay for whatever traffic signs we need and cones and things like that. It's not an elaborate, expensive thing. I'm not worried about those costs.
The signage and the safety and the striping and the other stuff?
No, those are all
Traffic.
very inexpensive things.
Okay. I'm curious about the not getting any bids and then turning to the existing companies we have under contract and extending the terms of those contracts and the scope, correct?
So these are term contracts. We can assign work under them, but there are limits. We can't assign individual contracts under these contracts of more than $500,000. And so that's why we're going to two of the contractors that we have under contract to do the work.
Okay, but if nobody responded with a bid when we put out a request to bid, that says to me that they have so much extra work to do that they're not interested in this work. Why isn't that also true for the companies that we have under contract already? I mean, why wouldn't they say to us, we got other plans we're going to finish this job and we're going to move on?
All I can say is thank goodness they haven't said that.
So it's just
It's the type of work they do and the type of work that other companies do. I really can't explain how contractors bid their work.
Okay. And relative to the other discussion, I think we're talking about apples and oranges here. We're trying to compare apples and oranges in that the costs of kitchen equipment is not really equatable to brick and mortar spending and construction. That's what's necessary to expand classrooms on the third floor or something like that.
Putting a third floor on the roof of the building is a substantial project. And we have engaged Stantec to give us some preliminary numbers now, so before we even start the BLPC process, so we can get an idea of what is really involved.
And this, where are we? This is coming back on June 6th also. Probably under consent. There's no other questions that need to be, it might not be consent, but but it might be. I mean, there are no questions here that you have to go back and give us more information about to come back to the action item, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Everybody takes time that they need to take. Mr. Chadwick, we also haven't talked about, we talked a little bit about the 18.75 was to build out what we needed for Arlington Tech, according to the original plan in 2000, and I believe it was 14 when we first approved it, 15, and we put the budget together. Anyway, so there's 18.75 for that to accommodate the space for the kids. We've talked about various options for building that. You've done work. You've reconfigured the inside. That's been done, and that ate away at some of that money to reconfigure. That is building walls and spaces, so that's bricks and mortar.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
it's buildings.
It's more like studs and drywall, but yes.
Fine. It's building, construction.
It's not additions, though. It's not expanding the envelope of the building.
But we've also been talking about using part of the library, which hopefully that will become available. So between the use of, where would those funds for the use of the library come from? They'd come out of this as well, right? Because there are things we're going to have to do for that.
We actually haven't determined that, and we would have to, I'd have to talk to finance about whether we can actually do that, because that may be temporary work. We have to figure that out.
Okay, so that depends on where it comes out of the budget?
Yeah, we haven't got to that. And we do, we have a meeting with the county scheduled, I think, later next week.
But we own that building.
APS owns the building.
So it is construction in our own building?
It's in our own building, yes.
Yes. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that in reality, to build that out and to do the pop-up, if we do that, or whatever we end up doing, I know there was space, up, down, out, whatever, I know you had different options. It's very likely that you will come back to us in March of 2020, and in order to do that, it's going to cost more than what's remaining, in all likelihood.
It is, but it's also likely to be giving us more space than is actually needed for Arlington Tech. So I think what we need to find out through the process is, without looking into a great deal of detail, my professional judgment will be you sort of want to do it all at once, rather than building in two pieces, because it will be more efficient. And there are issues with locations of stairs and exits and distances and all those things, so it's probably better to build it all at once. That's more than we need to provide all the extra capacity for Arlington Tech. So there would be some more space provided.
Okay, all right.
So therefore, it might come out of the other costs.
Okay, but we're not going to be able to do those things within that budget.
I doubt it.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, and that's why I'm trying to ask myself, if it were my renovated budget, what would I want to spend the money on? That's what I'm pressing on. So I hear you. You're saying the students, the staff, the families, they want the kitchen. They feel they need the kitchen, and it will enhance the quality of the life of the students.
Yes.
So that's the priority for right now.
Yes, I think and part of that is being equitable with other schools. To try and, I mean, the Career Center is lacking a lot of things that other schools have.
Okay.
So we're trying to compensate for that and build it up slowly as we can.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week.
You will.
Oh, we have another presentation. That's right. F6. Proposed construction MOU
There's two.
for the Westover Library and.
You have another one
elementary
after this, too.
I know, I just
All right,
realized. Yeah.
all right.
Well, that took longer than I thought.
I'm sure it's all the same words, John, just in a different order.
No, this is quite different.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, quite different. So this one is, there are two things. There are actually three actions that are coming to you around Reed and the fact that it's shared with the county. And then I believe next week we're bringing to you an agreement with the open air market. So, and there are use permit conditions that we've had to comply with. And so there are two things that need to be in place before we can start construction and get our final building permit. And as you know, that's getting close. So the first thing here is an MOU for construction. So we have a memorandum of understanding with the library and with the county about what the conditions will be during construction while the library is remaining open and operating and as undisturbed as possible. So this is just an explanation of what's required by the use permit. And we have worked carefully with our attorneys and with our friends in the Real Estate Bureau and with Library Services. And so we now have a memorandum of understanding for what we will do during construction and how we will operate. And we're recommending that you agree to it.
Okay, thank you. Are there speakers? No speakers. Questions, board members?
Dr. Cannon looks very confused.
Go
We
ahead.
start having to ask special permission after 11 p.m. if we're allowed to ask questions.
It is
Colleagues
after
don't
11
love it.
p.m., yeah.
I may have missed part of your explanation. That what's the effect on the library? What during construction? What have they agreed to?
So some of the things, well, basically the library will remain in operation during construction. So there will be a few times when, you know, we will impinge on them. So it's like, how do we do that, and notice and so on. But the biggest thing is really what the parking arrangements are during construction for library patrons, and they do move around a little bit according to different phases of construction.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry, the other thing we have is the buildings actually have common utility connections, so there's some issues about how we maintain those.
Okay, great,
Thank you. And we'll see this on June 6th also.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And the final information item is the First Amendment to Deed of Lease for Westover Library.
Okay, so this is really the same issue, or a similar issue. We have, the school board has a lease with the county for the library because, again, this is a case where we own property that the county is using. And because conditions are changing, there are some joint spaces, and there's library space, and there's school space, there's parking shed, and so on. Those conditions are changing. So the lease amendment takes account of those conditions. And again, we have negotiated them with our in-house counsel, not in-house counsel, with our counsel and with the Real Estate Bureau for the county attorney's office, and with library services.
Okay, very good. Questions? Questions? No. And, sorry? Oh, speakers? Are there speakers? No. And this one will be back on June 6th. So we got a busy little action agenda on June 6th.
It is, we have done a lot to work with the county to streamline all these use permit conditions. And these things really do need to be in place before construction starts. So, we've worked hard to make sure that we have them in place because we can't afford to delay construction over something like this.
Okay, very good. Thank you, John. And our last item tonight is an action item, the school board's proposed VSBA 2019 legislative positions, and Barbara will present this item.
Yes, yeah, can we just click through? I think there are only 2 slides if you
There?
want it.
No.
Okay. We saw this for information, I guess, at our previous board meeting, which was now 3 weeks ago, since we missed last week. And the idea here, to remind everyone, is that we are going to propose some ideas to the Virginia School Boards Association for their committee to consider recommending to the delegate assembly to put into the VSBA legislative package that would just simply allow for a more amplification of some issues that we're interested in as the Arlington School Board. We brought 3 ideas in the shared 3 ideas with the board at the previous meeting, and we've now added 2 based on Ms. Van Doren's recommendation. So just to remind you all very quickly, performance-based assessments, State School Health Advisory Committee, and coordination between local school divisions and the Virginia Community College System. We talked about those. Ms. Lula Wise was here and talked about those at our previous meeting. This package, the idea is to add 2 proposals to this package, so there will be 5 total. Ms. Van Doren mentioned it at the previous meeting. We got a staff recommendation to consider the implications, and they did recommend that we include these in our proposed package. That would be 1, to eliminate mandatory reporting of misdemeanors and status offenses by students to law enforcement for school-based incidents, and secondly, to decriminalize disorderly conduct for school-based offenses. So, Mr. Goldstein, I would recommend that we approve this 5-point package to propose to the VSBA, and then we will send that in June if approved, and go through the committee process, and we'll keep everyone posted.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take speakers first, and then we get to ask you questions, right, as the presenter.
Yeah, no questions. No.
All right, are there speakers?
We have one speaker, Kathleen McSweeney.
Thank you and good evening. I'm here to urge you to adopt the additions to the school board legislative agenda before you tonight. Last year, during the 2017-2018 school year, I served on the County Council of PTA's committee with 3 other people to urge APS to adopt a new memorandum of understanding with the Arlington County Police Department to govern their involvement and clearly define the police role in our schools. As a bit of history, in 2015, the Center for Public Integrity reported that the state of Virginia led the nation in juvenile police and court referrals. The report also stated that Black, Latino, and special needs students were referred at a disproportionate rate. This high juvenile referral rate and disproportionate referrals of minority and special needs students to the criminal justice system is commonly referred to as the school-to-prison pipeline. Following that report, Governor McAuliffe convened a statewide committee of educators and several others to create a model memorandum of understanding for the state. Our CCPTA committee urged the superintendent to push for adoption of the statewide MOU here in Arlington, and though he did receive some pushback, he persisted. The representatives of all the Arlington school PTAs overwhelmingly supported adoption of the model MOU. You, the school board, approved it also, and I congratulate you and the superintendent on your leadership and good work in this area. In Arlington in 2017, 48% of the 483 juvenile arrests were of African American students. This year so far, 77 of the 127 arrests, or 60%, are of Black students. This is a disproportionate amount when only 9.7% of our student population in APS is African American or Black, and studies show that people offend at roughly the same rates across all races. From the statistics published by ACPD, the Arlington County Police Department, I can't tell you how many Latino students were part of that number because I only saw the published stats by race and not by ethnicity. The legislative items being proposed tonight to allow for some discretion on the part of school staff on involving the police in behavioral and disorderly conduct offenses by students on school grounds are an important step in that same direction of the MOU, and I urge you to support these proposals to the legislative package.
Thank you.
This is how we interrupt the school-to-prison pipeline in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for coming in and sharing your comments with us this evening. So is there a comment on this, on the presentation, on the proposed positions? This is an action item now.
You want a motion first before discussion? Unless you have questions.
No, it says call for comment. Then we can have a motion. Make a motion.
I move that we adopt the proposed 2019 VSB legislative positions as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Is there comment from board members? Go ahead.
I just really want to thank my colleagues. Dr. Cannon had done a great deal of work on the VSBA package, and in reading it, it occurred to me, having read some of this information, and having worked on the MOU last year in depth with the community, the police department, Dr. Murphy's staff really did the lion's share of that work. A lot of the relationships between our laws, our schools, our families became clear to me. And there are certain laws that I learned that it would benefit our students if they were changed. And when I did some research on it, I found that the legislature is working hard to try to get this to pass. And both VSBA and the Virginia Superintendents Association, I can't remember the name of that, supported the topic 4 last year. And both almost unanimously passed the Senate. So I'm very hopeful that this will happen, and maybe when this is carried to VSBA, they can consider this and lend their weight again. So I just want to say thank you for your flexibility and willingness to consider it, because I think it's a good thing, and maybe we can even, I was thinking that we could offer to VSBA to talk about our MOU and the fact that we did follow the VSBA model, the state model, and we did actually go through that process. So I think this is nice coming from our school district to VSBA. So thank you for your willingness to adjust this. I'm excited.
Thank you. Do you have comments?
Oh, I mean, I just should mention that VSBA is always looking for proposals for conference presentations if you're headed there.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to say a few things. So this proposed package of legislative priorities is an important one, and it's consistent with the leadership that we all have, all of us here, some of us who aren't here tonight, have provided on a number of issues, including the student discipline, which are addressed in these last two here up on the screen, of the 5 items that are in this package. So these 2 proposals would eliminate the criminalization of disorderly student conduct in schools and eliminate mandatory reporting of misdemeanors in the case of school-based incidents. So striking the right balance between keeping the schools safe and fulfilling our primary instructional purpose by keeping our students in school is strengthened by this VSBA package. And so I'm delighted that we're addressing this. This VSBA vote highlights the work that the school board this past year has done on student discipline-related issues, which includes the MOU that we had referred to between the school system and the Arlington Police that clarifies the role of the school resource officers, which has been a significant step forward in addressing the intersection of student activities and the role of the police in the schools. So now this memorandum of understanding, this MOU, is at the end of its first year of implementation, and the superintendent is developing a data set that's going to, when we get the data, will inform us on how well the MOU implementation has improved in-school performance. Another area here is the development and the launch of the mandatory guidance for middle school and high school students on interacting with police officers and knowing what their rights are, and the Know Your Rights brochure that's distributed to students and available on the APS website. Also, we've completed the plan to expand and fully fund school counselor and psychologist positions. Also related to this is the recent creation of the Chief Diversity Officer at the Assistant Superintendent level, which we did when concluding the budget most recently. Our new 2018 to 2024 strategic plan includes a goal that acknowledges the disproportionality in suspension rates by race and ethnicity, students identified with a disability, and English language learners, and commits to reducing that disproportionality. The progress data on the impact of the strategic plan goal will be available later this year, and we're looking forward to improvement on this disproportionality issue. And finally, I just want to say, we have to continue monitoring and adjusting our policies and practices in this area to be sure that through collaboration, our schools remain safe, and that we're encouraging and funding diversion programs and alternatives to suspension and measures that'll keep students in school where we can guide them to successful outcomes. So if you haven't figured it out, I'm going to support this. And I will do that by calling for a vote now. Sorry, you want to make some more comments?
Yeah, now that you all have made comments, I feel like I want to make a comment, and I'm going to go a slightly different direction, which is obviously when we presented this and discussed it at our previous meeting, we discussed the 3 proposals that were on the table at the time. Now we're discussing the 2 new ones because we hadn't discussed them before. But I do want to mention that as we're pushing the envelope and innovating and proposing new things. Our first proposal about performance-based assessments is truly cutting edge as well, and would truly serve our students, our school community in a variety of ways, and I'm really excited about that one as well. So I just want to mention and remind everyone that we do have a number of good ideas in this package, and there's, it's based on what we know and the kind of work we do in Arlington, and so just want to remind everyone that we have 5 ideas here. We will go forward in the fall, developing a full legislative package of our own with a variety as well. But there's a lot to be proud of in this set of 5.
Amen. Okay. At the risk of finding out that there actually are more comments, we've made a motion. We have a second. I'm ready to call for a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes 3-0. Thank you very much. And we're now at the new business section. Board members, do you have any new business? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.